at the bottom of the ocean. Don't know if I'll make it back home.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final week here of the Upsurge Contenders League. We made it, everyone. We're in the grand finals. As always, it's going to be audio, joined by Nightstar, bringing you the action for tonight. Coverage brought to you by Unified Esports. And Nightstar, we've got Blacklist taking on our Wichita Wolves Red, two of the best teams, I think, kind of unarguably at this point. I mean, they did make it to the finals, going at it together head to head. Are you as excited as I am?
Dude, I am extremely excited because this is, the culmination of all of what every single team in the UCL has been playing for. And at long last, we're going to see if Wichita Wolves can continue their unbeaten series streak and just take the entire thing.
Yeah, and I think that's the question on everyone's mind is these teams are obviously good. Blacklist has a similar, not quite as dominant, but similar story on the other side of the bracket. But these are two juggernauts coming at each other. I don't really feel like we have a clear underdog. It definitely could swing either way. We'll have to wait to see how these teams feel today. But Wichita Wolves, I would say, has probably shown us a bit more ferocity throughout the regular season and coming into the playoffs. So, they're the team that if you had to pick a favorite, like if you had just no information at all, you're just looking at the regular season, they're probably coming out on top. But again, this is so close. I almost don't want to call it either way. I feel like it's going to be a photo finish. At least I hope it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, five best of five definitely could go all 5 games. I'm expecting at least 4, but Wichita Wolves and Blacklist, both of these teams, well, you take a look at last week's opponent for Wichita Wolves, which was Mad City Premier. Both of these teams actually beat Mad City Premier. So I think this series is a lot closer than what we might have expected coming from last week. I know we kind of set that as the tone of like, hey, this could just be the grand finals just a week before. But, you look on the other side for Blacklist, they were able to take them down over in week 4. They did end up losing a different series that kind of pushed them down into that second seed, but this is definitely one of the sleeper picks coming in from the other half of the bracket.
Yeah, definitely is. And Med City Premier, no slouch in their own right. It was a 2-0 that they lost last week in the semifinals, but it was a pretty close one, too. I don't think Wichita Wolves had an easy game by any means. And one of the games they did get the Gwen. So that's like the one thing in my mind that's kind of sticking out. Gwen is still ridiculously overtuned and should be on the ban table throughout the entire series today. Just looking at that performance from last week, went 12-2 and 9 in the game that it got let through. Had a 7K gold lead over a Rumble. It was just absolutely insane. But, if we come in with a bit more of an even playing field through the draft, or even if some funky things like that happens, like you said, it's a best of 5 series. This one has the potential to go to distance. And that's why I'm really excited because, yes, Wichita Wolves have looked good. Yes, they 2-0'd Mad City Premier, but they still showed a couple cracks into those games, specifically towards the mid game. So if they were watching the VODs, there's a couple of places that their opponents can look to pressure here today.
Yeah, and it's also like Wichita Wolves, they aren't necessarily the cleanest macro teams. So if the side of Blacklist are able to exploit some of those weaknesses when it comes to rotational gameplay, they definitely can find an in route into the series and perhaps even give us an upset to a certain degree. But definitely the highlight of this series when it comes to draft is going to be that Gwen pick. Also, Soraka kind of coming back up into the meta, especially after the Warmogs changes. Might I bring up here because I think it's a little bit busted.
I'm getting flashbacks to Soraka top, and there's just a couple of times in League of Legends where you're like, why is this a thing? Like, Riot, you've had your fun. All right. Funny, haha. I get it. Yo, you made Soraka top a thing. Mormogs is OP now. Like, but let's just get rid of it. It was when the funneling was a thing, and then there was Yumi as a champion, and sometimes there's a little hiccups in the meta. But for the most part, I would say that I have thoroughly enjoyed season 11 and what it has brought, because we have seen some crazy things Nightstar, even just here in this season of the Upsurge Contenders League. In the short time that we've had, there's been some crazy adaptations to the meta. And I do want to talk about the jungle right now, because we've seen kind of a little bit of a rise and fall of some of the AP junglers, the Rumble, the Morgana, getting super popular, getting kind of stomped back down again by the Udyr, and now kind of starting to rise back up again. I know both the junglers are really key players to watch in this series, so I want to ask you, how are you feeling about some of the strongest picks right now? Are we still going to see Morgana, Rumble, that's it, and if they're gone, whatever's left? Or are there some new priority picks to watch?
I definitely think Rumble and Morgana are going to be important picks in general. However, because of the jungle EXP changes, of course, having catch-up EXP thrown back in, that's why we saw Bluxy on the lease last week. So getting more gank-heavy junglers is now kind of coming back into it. Fiddlesticks, I know, also a bit of a sleeper pick here, just having so much dominance when it comes to vision. If the other team isn't able to get forward vision or get enough blue trinkets, this pick is an absolute nightmare to play against. So perhaps in coordinated play, it's a little bit easier to play against, but at the same time, once you start falling behind, it's very, very difficult to come back.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. I mean, we've seen a lot of snowballs here in the UCL. We've seen a lot of long games too. Not so much of the in-between. It's kind of irregular, actually. We don't get a lot of normal length games. It's either we're done or, we're waiting a while. But, it'll be interesting to keep in mind going into this, that there is that potential, for the snowball to just kind of run over you. Now, moving away from the jungler, I want to talk about some of the solo laners here, because there are two that really stand out to me going into this game, and it's Tentakai in the top lane and P Butt Nutter in the mid lane. Both these players, I feel like, have almost a bit of a lane kingdom going on, and we see some strong picks on either side. Set in the top lane, Gwen in the mid lane. Again, hope she doesn't get banned. What are some of the picks that you're looking out for these two players? Because they do feel like, if we're turning off the jungle for just a second, some focal points that these teams like to play around.
Yeah, I mean, for Tentakai, I think it comes down to his picks are the Wukong and the Lee Sin. Those are the big ones, I would say, for him. He loves the Wukong pick. He would definitely bring it out whenever they need some sort of curveball in that lane. And on the flip side, you're looking at the Yasuo and the Seraphine. These are the big picks for PBN. However, he has continuously just added into that champ pool. So I've been really impressed with his growth just this split, because he's added things like the Kiana and we saw the Rise last week, but adding different dimensions to his champion pool is going to be really cool to see if he has added a second or an additional dimension coming into this week.
All right, well, we're going to hop straight into the draft here for game number 1. Wichita Wolves on the red side, Blacklist X on the blue side. We can see the bans, Nocturne, Gwen, and Kindred taken away. So Blacklist already showing that they might not be comfortable picking up the Gwen just yet. They're going to ban it away on blue side. That's going to give some extra ban power over to the side of Wichita Wolves. They're going to take away the Lee Sin and the Rumble already. We'll see what this third one's going to be. I like the Udyr pick. I think
6 jungle bans.
Yeah, right. You said it, Nightstar. It's just a jungle meta.
You were like, yeah, so let's ignore jungle and let's talk about Tentakai and PBN. And the other teams were like,
You know
Wait.
what, Star? It's because I knew for the rest of this series, it's going to be jungle, 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 okay? Just trying to give our solo laners some love. There we go. There's some big picks for the solo lane. We got the Viego sneaking his way on through. This is a champ we don't get to see a lot in competitive because it's either banned or disabled.
Yeah, disabled or disabled, I think, is the two realities of this champion at the moment. Currently not enabled for LCS next week, I think. At least very much for our cup over there. Yeah. However, it does look like there's hovering Seraphine, and one of the things with Viego is it's really tough to see the scaling on a Viego composition, right? Because all it takes is just one kill, one reset on Viego, and all of a sudden you can just immediately flip the fight depending on who you eliminate with the Viego. So that's always like an interesting thought experiment to go through.
Yeah, however, it is going to be at the cost of both the Seraphine and the set. We talked about PBN on his Seraphine, one of his favorite picks there in the mid lane. Keep your eyes open for that flex. It's almost more likely going to go into the mid lane. But the set as well has been rising in popularity. The AD set build that we see coming through with the Blade of the Ruined King doing incredible amounts of damage. And now the budget Tristana, as my caster so fondly calls her. I'm a bit more sold on Kai'Sa's power. It's going to be the lock-in here for Blacklist X's ADC.
Yeah, that'll be locked in here. I imagine they go something like a Nautilus or a Leona, the classic pairings for that champ here. If they don't, it definitely leaves those two champs to be banned in the second phase, and they will decide not to go into either of those picks and instead lock in the Wukong. So to me, they're looking at the set pick and saying, all right, it's going into that top lane. Let's just go ahead and lock in the Wukong then.
Yeah, make sure that you can get Tentakai, who is one of the best players on this team, his Wukong pick. And it'll be interesting to see if they decide to ban away some of these supports. They grab the Thresh for themselves, very strong pick right now, and now they have the option. They could take away both the Nautilus and the Leona, and it would make that Kai'Sa extremely vulnerable in that lane. That Thresh coming in means that we will see Seraphine in the mid lane, and so Tristana's still on the table. If you were to lock that in, or some other aggressive laner, you know, things could get dicey down there in that bottom lane. And we can already see from the drafts and from the way that Blacklist X have been playing over the last couple weeks, it's not a huge bot side focus. You know, they're not unwilling to throw resources down there, but it's not really their preference.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to continue to throw a couple of jungle bans here, taking away the Lilia. I'd imagine you'd go and target something like an Elise as well, something that has a little bit more early gank pressure. Maybe the Olaf, if you're concerned about that. Since he does pair pretty well with a Seraphine, he can go in, really extend the range of that Seraphine ultimate. But at the same time, because you are running the Seraphine, you are going to be lacking just a little bit on the magic damage end. So Olaf might be a bit of a trap pick here.
And I'm really just waiting to see who is going to be the carry for this composition for Wichita Wolves. I think we have some really great support tools, an amazing foundation with the set, the Seraphine, and the Thresh, but we're gonna need a high damage carry to really be able to ride that knife's edge and utilize all the support that it's been given. Because right now it's a little low, the damage side, but they will have first pick in this second round. They've got 2 more to go through. They also get the counter, so that is a guaranteed advantageous matchup if you so choose it. Blacklist are going to take away the Galio, try to remove some global map pressure, and we'll see what Wichita Wolves lock in.
Yeah, I think with the Gallia ban, they're really just concerned that the Seraphine's going to go into the bot lane with the Thresh here. And there's certainly ways that they can flex the draft. For example, throw the Seraphine into the bot lane. They could even move the set into the mid lane since it is into Viego, so you're not worried about a range disadvantage. And at the same time, against a melee AD champion, you can also continue to opt into your AD heavy Blade of Ruin King build with the set. It will be Silas locked in, so it does look like we are going to see either, well, it should be Viego in the jungle. I don't remember seeing if Silas is actually able to clear the jungle anymore. But
I do remember Silas jungle popping up for a while at the end of season 10 before the item reworks came through. Haven't seen it since. The Morgana locked in too, though. There's a lot of flexibility around here. I mean, should we assume that this Morgana goes into the support role? I'm not seeing a lot of other champions that could fit that archetype.
Yeah, no other champion really fits into that role that also can be okay against the Thresh. We've seen like a Wukong supports in the past paired up with the Senna, but certainly a Kai'Sa that wants that extra gold. It's not going to happen in that regards, but PBN will be able to lock in the Rise pick for himself. So it will be the Seraphine going into that bottom lane.
This is interesting. I'm really excited to see this adaptation from Wichita Wolves. I did not think that they were going to give up the chance to put PBN on the Seraphine. It's usually a recipe for success, but in that bottom lane, I guess they've kind of just agreed that, they're not going to find an in on the Kai'Sa, and putting that Seraphine down there is going to allow Thresh to roam around the map with his Zinza, which I think is going to be crucial for this squad, because Bluxy on this pick needs to be the catalyst for this team. I said before, they don't have a lot of damage. They have some really good support, really good team fighting tools, great skirmishes. But until that Rise gets a couple items under his belt, it's really on Bluxy to be to carry the burden of attack for this squad. He needs to be the aggressive playmaker for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense why they moved the Seraphine into that bottom lane, because if you think about it, usually one of the issues when you play against a Kai'Sa Nautilus or a Kai'Sa Leona lane is the fact that if you ever throw a laner that wants to just play weak side and just let your support roam, it does expose you to that dive threat, right? But Kai'Sa Morgana, you do have to land that binds to actually get that dive going, and even then, because you don't have that extra melee durability, you might even want to just bring down a third member to truly make that dive a success. So, given how many resources there is, like, Seraphine's perfectly fine playing into very narrow conditions of getting dove.
Yeah, and once that level 6 comes through, too, it gets so much harder. You get access to just that giant charm that can make tower diving a nightmare. So keep your eye on that. The one question mark that remains for me then, Nightstar, is this Viego in the jungle. Now, Shelfelf is a returning player to the Grand Finals. He was actually on the winning team last year, so he is a grand champion in the UCL. Now on the Viego pick in the jungle, and I'm going to show a bit of my ignorance here. I have not seen Viego jungle at all. With as much as he's been disabled or just, not really allowed through competitive play, the very small subset of games that I've watched have all been solo lanes. How does this pick really work? Is he trying to be a fast farmer? Is he trying to be a skirmisher? And how is he going to fit into this game?
Yeah, I think the Viego pick, he brings in a decent amount of sustain, and his clear isn't too bad, but the big deal is the fact that if you match Viego into the Xin in the 1v1, the Xin will come out of that trade every single time on top. It's just the nature of Xin Zhao. He's built to win levels 1 through 3.
Don't it now, Nightstar.
If Shelfelf manages to just change how jungle matchups work at levels 1 through 3, sure, I will give it to him. But the only way I can feasibly see that happening is if Shelfelf goes for something like an Exhaust or Ignite, which would really enhance his dual potential, but again, makes things a little bit more dicey when it comes to the mid and late game, because you won't necessarily be able to get that backline access onto champs like a Rise or a Seraphine, and even if you do, the set just might immediately boot you out of the fight.
I think that's a really good point too. When I'm looking at this set, this Seraphine, this Thresh, this even the Rise, there is so much escape potential coming in from Wichita Wolves. Although they do trade it for being a bit low damage, especially early on, I think it's going to be incredibly hard to actually lock these guys down. And if you look at the tools to do it, right, you've got the Wukong, who is probably your best choice if you can find a good knockup onto multiple members. You could even get the second one pretty much guaranteed. But the rest of the lockdown is pretty iffy. I mean, Silas Chains, Morgana Bindings, they're powerful, but they're a little bit hard to hit. They can be pretty easy to dodge. So I think that's going to be the struggle coming in here for Blacklist X, is the execution. Sure, if they land all their skill shots, there's a lot of damage here on this squad, and there is the potential to just kind of blow up a fight before a lot of these sustain tools, I guess I'll call them, can come through, like the shields, the heals, the escapes. But if they can't be on point like that, I can easily see Wichita Wolves dragging out a fight. And the longer it goes on, the Seraphine, the Rise are just going to be more and more effective.
Yeah, I think for the side of Wichita Wolves, they've got a lot of ways that they can counterpunch, right? They have so many different ways to reset the fight. You have Seraphine ult, you have Thresh Flay, you have Thresh Hook, you have Thresh Box, you have Set ult, you have Xin ult. However, like, there's a lot of punches that are going to be thrown because of the Wukong ult, the stickiness provided by Wukong. Viego, if he's able to really follow up onto the Wukong, that might possibly give them another way in. The Silas Chains, the Morgana Bind. So there's a lot of back and forth that we're going to see when it comes to these full-on 5v5s. But from my initial impressions, I do have to lean more towards the side of Wichita Wolves when it comes to just this opening draft.
Well, it's a tale as old as time itself. The sword versus shield, attack versus defense. Which is going to come out on top? Blacklist X taking on Wichita Wolves Red. We're about to get into game number 1. Toss it over to a short break. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We're on a Summoner's Rift here for game number 1 of the Grand Finals in the Upsurge Contenders League. Blacklist X on the blue side, taking on Wichita Wolves Red on the aptly named red side. Nightstar, is that going to give them too unfair of an advantage? I mean, red is literally in their name.
Only
we get a
one
ref
way
in
to find out. Only one way to find out.
All right, Luxy not going to walk into the river, smartly so. Tentakai and Shelfelf are waiting for him had he done so. And Nightstar, you talked about ways for Shelfelf to break the jungle meta level 1 to 3. Bringing a second member tends to do that, you know? Breaking the sacred rule of the 1v1, you just bring Tentakai along.
Yeah, and this is why jungle players are just dishonorable. They just somehow manage to find another person every single time. Also, like, when they go gank a lane, like, aren't you breaking the trust there, too? Like, hello?
All right, we now see Nightstar's biased against junglers here.
This is also a newly converted jungler as well. I've been playing I'm about to convert to top lane, though, so I'm already starting to adjust my mindset, you know?
All right, well, back to the game at hand. Junglers are going to be starting on opposite sides of the rift. Tentakai coming down there to leash Shelfelf on the blue buff. We'll see where they want to take their early pathing. Xin Zhao probably going to be looking for an early gank, but I wouldn't imagine that bot lane would be your first priority, so I would guess he'd go to the top side. Again, Viego, I have no clue. I don't know where the champion paths, what he wants to do. This is a solo laner in my mind. We'll see what he can do in the jungle. Tentakai, though, is getting some good trades off a level 2 advantage.
Yeah, that's for sure here. And I mean, Tentakai, we know him for the Wukong, so it's not surprising that he would know a little bit more about the set matchup than perhaps Mabud, as Wukong not necessarily a very common pick at the solo queue level at the moment. There's definitely a lot of other champs that are more in focus.
Yeah. He had that really huge rise to popularity, though. I would probably say about a month, maybe 2 ago. My timeline is a bit off, but we've seen him kind of rise to that top. PBN, great follow on the flash with the chains from Swap. They do secure First Blood and the Summoner spell out of PBN.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I wouldn't expect Viego to be the first one to draw blood here, but you just see, like, Swapped and Shelfelf, they are just on that same page immediately. When that silence goes forward, Shelfelf just knows, all right, if he lands this, I'm flashing, and we will secure that kill. And he landed it, he flashed, and it was First Blood. So PBN losing both summoners there is going to be absolutely massive when it comes to just trying to repeat and punish this mid lane.
Also feels great getting that kill onto Silas. Swapped goes in for another trade there. Takes a lot of damage back. But if you can get Swapped out of lane rather early, specifically around that level 6 point, you can run into situations where you have a Silas roaming around that can use your ultimate before you can, which feels really, really bad. Nice hook there from PJer. Black Shield gonna keep him safe. And everything is just gonna remain stable as expected in a Seraphine Thresh lane.
Yeah, things certainly looking great
there. Though, and Mabud trading blows is... Mabud is really trying to crash this wave. Does finally get it to the tower, and now we'll see him back off. Oh no, he kept there. Tentakai is keeping him a while longer. Had him spotted out in this ward. He's trying to set up this freeze, just deny everything he can.
Yeah, he tried really, really hard to keep that freeze going, and I mean, at the very least, it forced Mabud to just stick around just a little bit longer. One thing I do want to point out is the fact that Swapped, we actually haven't seen him all split here for this roster. So coming in finals is definitely a different look. I don't know if this was a planned move. I know last week we had a bit of an emergency substitution of sorts, as Mad City did have to play their substitute bot lane, and I don't know if that's also a similar case here with Swap coming in, but we get to see him at least start off a bit on the right track, being able to secure that first blood.
Yeah, it's a good first look from Swapped so far. And Shelfelf now making his visit to the top side. Mabud still has a Haymaker available. He's going to hold on to it for now. He's not able to really get any value out of that. But here comes Bluxy now. Level 5. Xin Zhao still has the advantage pretty hard. Mabud going to find the pullback, and PBN will grab the kill credit. Realm Warp to get in range for that one.
Yeah, short Realm Warp, but pays off. And now PJR... I thought PJR was just going to continue to run up river and try and pinch down onto Swap, but that's not going to be the case. And a nice little counter reaction, counter gank move coming in from Bluxy, able to turn the tides on that play, but still work needs to be done here. Again, I think the Xin, his job is to snowball the lanes. For the Viego, it is much less so. About that, and just trying to get what resources you can and do a little bit on the side as well.
Yeah, and you can already see the difficulty of getting things done against the composition here from Wichita Wolves. I mean, Bud didn't even have the level 6 there, but didn't even need to burn the Haymaker. Just knowing that that's in your back pocket offers you a level of confidence that not a lot of other champions can have in that sort of situation. So Shelfelf making his play, not getting anything done. Now, the map state is still dead even. Even gold, even towers. Ocean Drake, or Bluxy rather, in the top lane. Looking to change that. He flashes forward to try to get the knockup on Tentakai.
Could be a dive.
To get out safely. Now, look at the bottom side. What's the response? Shelfelf has level 6. And they're looking for PJR. They do get the stun. He's chunked down, and Steve Fox is going to get kill credit for that one. Traded on the top side as Tentakai falls, but can they get PBN? They can. Shelfelf finds another 2 kills for 1 on opposite sides of the map. The thing is, though, Dragon is on the table.
Dragon on the table here, and that could just be their next target as they've started things out. Shelfelf on this Viego Pig now looking pretty good here as he is 1-1 and 2, has plenty of kill participation. And on the flip side, like Bluxy, still doing all right, but you need more. And
he's getting aggressed on by Swaps. Level 7 to 7, and Swap just lands everything, man. Tentakai gotta grab the kill credit for that one just to say he's helping, but that was all Swapped.
Swapped comes out firing with that play, and hey, remember, Xin, that ult has an AP ratio, and it's a pretty fat one too. So the Silas ult right there, sealing with the Xin, having a lot more impact than what Xin can pull out of that tool himself, is a truly tragic situation for Bluxy. But now we're looking at where the game is right now. 600 gold lead for the side of Blacklist. They're running pretty comfortable, especially with that first dragon. But again, as the game goes on, it might get more and more difficult to continue to keep these team fights going, because again, there's an insane amount of disengage packed into that composition on the other side.
Yeah, we're in the honeymoon phase of League of Legends right now, where nobody's got resistances, nobody's got big items or ultimates, and you just do things like this. Ult's traded here. Tentakai a little bit lower, but that was the clone. We'll see if Tentakai can hit him over the wall.
Outcome Gaming.
Regen from the set, but it doesn't matter. Tentakai, he's able to play Ring Around the Rosie until his cooldowns come back up, and he walks away with a solo kill.
Yeah, Tentakai on the Wukong. It's just going to be easier to win some of these trades. Yes, the set has some nice regen, but so does Wukong. We forget about that passive churning, and churned enough for him to regen a lot of that HP. And having a blue buff definitely helps as well because those cooldowns coming up just a little bit faster.
And things have, not been going too great, I think, for the Zinzao this game. Or, we asked for a little bit more aggression out of Bluxy. We've seen it at times, but it's been shut down pretty well with a lot of these solo plays that are happening in between the ganks. Now he's looking for another gank, but Shelfelf is here too with the teleport channel from both sides. We're going to see a 4v4. Seraphine Charm lands, but it's the Kaisa that gets the first kill. 2 back for the side of Wichita Wolves red. Grim flashes away, but Steve Fox is going to fall with the killer instinct. He does get the kill, but now he's got nowhere left to go. No flash, no heal, and no way out. It's a triple kill for Bluxy right as I tried doubting him live on air. I'm sorry, Bluxy. Please forgive me. Wichita Wolves comes up big.
Yeah, and that's also a play that, the side of Blacklist, they had full knowledge of. You saw Bluxy coming in through that ward, and they just decided to fight fire with fire. They thought they were far enough ahead. Of course, they had the gold lead, so you kind of want them to try and go for a big jugular play, but that just wasn't it. And now the gold swings back in favor of the side of Wichita Wolves. They're sitting on a 1k gold lead, and
EJer with a excellent flank or excellent roam up here to the top side is going to make sure that Mabud is able to rescue his wave state. There was a very large one stacking up against him there. And, that's honestly been very impressed with PJer throughout this playoffs and, in the regular season, but in the last couple of weeks has really been ramping it up. Loving to see these early roams that he gets on champions like Thresh, like Nautilus. Feels like he's everywhere at once.
Yeah, now
it's Bluxy's turn. Poor Tentakai. Where's the camp emote when you need it? Pull out the marshmallows. However, he is doing a very good job, I will say, at absorbing this pressure. Tentakai up 7 farm, 2-1-0, and his team has been playing mostly around the bottom side.
Oh, what a hook!
Self grabbed.
Okay.
No follow up though.
I thought that was about to be a banger there. He lands the hook and almost got chained into the Seraphine lockdown, but sometimes the Seraphine isn't as clean as you want. But you know what? In this bottom lane, they almost have all 5 of those plates.
Oh, this feels bad. Ashel took an extra tower shot to try to get that tower, and it's going to cost them their lives. A shutdown there for PBN onto the Kaisa. We'll take a look at the wet noodle slapstick in top lane. Brief intermission, but now it's going to be into the Dragon. Nightstar.
Big pickup.
That was a tragedy in the bot lane.
Got a little bit greedy there, wanting to try and finish off that turret, unable to do so, and not only do they die, they're not going to be able to pick up that last tower plate as well. And everything just really falls apart in that little play there. Honestly, if you start seeing the teleport, you just start walking up to the turret, see if you can find that last auto. But Bluxy's the one to find them, and being able to secure that next dragon is going to help a lot of their chances coming into this mid game. It staves off that 3rd dragon and means that they buy extra time for Rise to get underway, for the Seraphine to get underway, because now Seraphine has that first item completed. It is that Moonstone, but it's really the second item that comes through that really amplifies this team composition, whether or not it is going to be something like Redemption, like Staff of Flowing Water. There's so many other options, so many support items that really take Seraphine to the next level.
Absolutely. And when we talk about single Drakes, they're usually not that impactful in terms of statistics. However, if you were to pick one for Wichita Wolves to get early out of this game, I would say it'd be the Mountain. We talked about their willingness or their ability to play backwards, to kite back, and, get an extra little boost on some of these early purchases like Bramble Vest, like Ninja Tabbies, can actually really help in the skirmishes. Like this one, Bluxy going in, and he gets ulted backwards. Shelfelf just barely escaping, but the red buff going to take him down. It is traded 1 for 1, jungle for jungle. And Swabs is not able to land the chains. Ash aligns the binding, but no follow-up on that one. It's going to be the even trade, unless BJ lands a great hook into Seraphine ultimate. The showstopper going to take Swabs into the back line, but that's not where he wants to be.
Now Shelly's pissed.
You done did it. All right, she's over it. Must have been the wind.
Yeah. Just a nice little scratch in the back. And honestly, it was just such a nice response coming in from Wichita Wolves. And again, it comes from that turn power, right? They try and go for the engage. They last long enough, able to slow down that forward pressure. The rotations start coming through. PBN is there. And slowly but surely, they're able to turn that fight. And you also hit on it. If you want just one dragon out of the two for a first dragon, you know, Mountain's perfectly fine because it gives you that extra durability to add the extra elements so you can start slowly kiting back. And now that we do have Inferno Soul on the table, this is pretty much paramount for both teams to pick up because on the one end, Wichita Wolves, again, their damage when it comes to mid game, a little low. But on the flip side, you have pretty much a full melee composition. I do consider.
That thought. Ashel binding lands. Bluxy tries to buy some time with the ultimate, and Seraphine keeps him alive for so long. Ashel will finally finish off the kill, but now to try to turn it around. Everfrost just barely doesn't get the kill. Their sons all over the place. It's an icy wonderland, and Seraphine is able to just shrink away with the sliver of HP. Ends up being a 1-for-2 trade. Junglers falling again, but PBN the second casualty for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, and the big thing there was the fact that for the side of Wichita Wolves, this comp is really, really strong when it's all together. But in that case, they weren't all together, right? They kind of just streamed in one by one. Yes, Xin and Seraphine were able to buy a lot of time, but by the time Rise was able to arrive, well, Xin was already dead. So it was still just two members there, and he falls extremely quickly because Seraphine used all her cooldowns to keep the Xin alive. Didn't have anything for this poor Rise, and so they lose 2. They aren't able to respond for the second kill. And this is where things are going to come to a bit of a climax here as Dragon is up in 30 seconds.
Is looking like Blacklist are in position for first touch. They have actually not much vision control for either squad. So anybody could really walk in and take control here. However, the mid lane push goes over to Wichita Wolves. We'll see if they're able to get to this objective. I like this Herald play from Bluxy. Going to create a lot of pressure, force Blacklist X to choose to the turret or to the dragon. Steve Fox is going to sit by the Herald, and that means first touch will belong to Wichita Wolves, but PJer steps too far and he goes down. Now it's a 5v4. Great hook onto Bluxy, and he's all alone. Gonna fall to the second casualty here, and that means a guaranteed Drake going over to Blacklist.
Yeah, and the setup just wasn't there. PJer, he stands off to the side, thinks that he can go for that hook, but because of the champions he's dealing with, there's just not the other disengaged champs there to bail him out. So he misses the hook, or he lands the hook, but he can't do anything with that hook. And Swap's just like, well, okay, thanks. I'll just go ahead and kill you. I missed the chains, yeah, but I have a dash and I have an Everfrost. Plenty of pick tools from the side of Blacklist to be able to nail down that pick off. And this is kind of the mini game. We have a more team fight composition on Wichita Wolves, and on the flip side, it's all about getting vision control and being able to generate picks from a lot of these single target skill shot lockdown.
And for all the disengage tools that Wichita Wolves have, they don't have too many engage tools. Again, we're looking at the mid lane. Grim just So lucky that PJer was there, who is again in the right place at the right time, gets the lantern for his mid laner. Sorry, ADC back to safety. I'm used to seeing PBN play Seraphine.
Yeah, I mean, a real homie though, being right there when
sure.
he. So
I mean, look at that. Every time the binding lands, PJer's just like, "Yep, lantern's already there."
yeah,
Click
but
it at your
the real
leisure.
question is it because he's a homie, or does he just think less of his team? It's like, you're going to get hit by that binding, and I guess I have to bail you out.
You know, better safe than sorry. That's what I always say. You know, I'm the support. It's like, you know, I trust you, but just in case. Here's the lantern.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably
You got
fine.
this. No, for sure. You got this. But if you don't,
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But that's a mid turret taken care of, and that's really nice being able to take that first, or take that down first. They are still able to maintain theirs. We'll see how long they'll be able to keep it up though, because it is kind of getting to that point. 21 and a half minutes into the game, and there's not much left on that mid tower.
definitely is not. Should be free gold as soon as they're able to get the wave to crash it. Swapped. They're looking for PBN. Still has the Realm Orb, but things get too dicey. But 3 members coming down here. Nothing else to play around.
Yeah, not
Everybody's
a whole
on the
lot.
outside of the map. There's no dragon, Nightstar. I don't know why. Everyone's here.
Yeah. And no one should really be looking for Baron at the moment, as Seraphine will opt to take the
We're
lantern,
looking
but
for Bluxy. Killer Instinct from Steve Fox.
great flag.
But that ultimate is able to negate a lot of damage. And that's a big escape tool for Steve Fox coming into one of these next team fights. Still has the flash, still has the heal, and you got a black shield in your pocket, so you can afford to use those a bit aggressively at times.
yeah, and interestingly enough, we're going to see Tentakai build the what I would assume is going to be the Serpent's Fang, which does give so much value in this game. Because of course he is a melee champion, so he's going to get double effectiveness out of that item, whereas Kaisa has now completed the collector. So a lot of power coming into this next fight, but if they're able to either get the dragon or just mitigate their losses, make sure they don't lose too many members on this next fight, then the side of Wichita Wolves are in a good spot.
Is it a bait? PBN uses his Everfrost. Look at me, I'm alone, guys. Just a helpless rise. Oh wait, Bluxy's here too? It's gonna be a 2v2, Realm Warp channeled. Bluxy though, he goes back in. 450 gold in his pocket, a teleport channeling in, and PBN catches in as well. Mabud here to try to keep him safe. Bluxy dragged back in, but there's so much damage. Tentakai has to flash outwards. PJ and Steve Fox both showing up just now. Kaisa, no killer instinct, but he's got the kills. Bluxy goes down. Tentakai follows to 1-for-1 trade.
What a hook!
Clean hook on his Steve Fox. Forces him in. He heals. He flashes. He dashes. He's maybe going to get away. No, Seraphine is able to hit him from a mile downtown. Wait. Okay. Seraphine hits him again from a mile downtown. Grim's gonna get the kill on that one. What a fight in the bottom lane, Nightstar. All over a like 100 HP turret.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't really about that turret, right? It was about being able to generate a pick 30 seconds before Dragon, and that's what they were able to do. It wasn't just one pick. They were able to essentially get a whole squad out of it. That's so much more gold into their back pockets, able to now even up the Dragons in at 1,500 gold lead. This really puts them in control for the rest of the game, and now things starting to look a little bit bad here for the side of Blacklist, as they really have to start forcing a lot of these plays.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look back at who got those shutdowns. It seems like one went on to Bluxy, one went on to Mabud, and we also saw one go on to Grim the Seraphine. So Unfortunate PBN didn't get any big shutdowns. Still got some kill credit in that fight, though. And I think that's the most important thing because we've kind of put a clock in this game on the scaling coming through from things like the Seraphine, like the Rise. But I think PBN is the most important part of that timer. He has to be feeling good as this game stretches later and later because he is going to take the mantle of damage away from Bluxy. 5, 3, and 6, 2 items completed. He's on his way there. He's feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and I mean, Grim is also really strong right now, right? Because he has the Seraph's Embrace completed, in addition to the Chemtech Putrefier to cut down on a lot of this healing coming through, and also just the Moonstone to amplify his own healing. And on the flip side, they don't really have a ton of heal cut. Like, the only heal cut is coming in from Tentakai, so he has to literally hit everyone.
But Bud going in, forcing the dragon to get the fight from Tentakai, but there's the Seraphine ultimate on 2, 3, shut down onto Grim. And man, they pick the fight, but they just get obliterated. Baron's doing a lot of damage, almost gets a kill on his swap there at the end. We'll see what Bluxy can actually do in a 1v4, but man, Blacklist X just ran over that Baron fight.
Yeah, and it really just comes down to, well, usually when you want to kite back, it only works if you have something to kite back to, right? You need some open space, and in that case, they were stuck on the Baron. They had their backs against the walls. They didn't have all those options to peel backwards, so as a result, you know, you finally get to pin them back. They have nowhere to go, and if that's the case, your engage, your relentless amount of engage, that's going to come through and really succeed. So Blacklist, they're able to find themselves a massive fight, and more importantly, the Baron to really start to break this map open.
Yeah, and huge shoutouts to Swapped there in that fight alongside Tentakai. Tentakai with the massive 3-man ultimate knockup, followed by Swapped taking away the Seraphine ult and landing it on all 3 members subsequently. Was really the wombo combo to just end that fight before it even started. And that's, like you said, kind of the dream scenario. When your opponents can't run backwards, you remove the kiting ability. And now that I'm thinking more about this comp, I'm seeing the genius of it, Nightstar. You can take their ultimates and their regular abilities. Silas plus the Viego, you basically just get to RP as your enemy.
You just steal everything from them. Who's the best champ on their team?
Well, 5, 4, and 6 Rise? No. I've got a 5, 4, and 6 Rise with 2 items.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Viego himself isn't even doing necessarily a ton, right? He's 2, 5, and 11, but all it takes for a Viego composition is to get a pick on the right targets. And that's all it needs to really flip the game script, flip the game on its head. And I mean, right now they're able to break quite a few of these towers. They break an additional 2, right? They took both of the top towers, and now they'll reset. 3.5k gold lead, 40 seconds until the next dragon. They're going to be looking to get their buys in and re-establish that dragon vision of control.
Yeah, and the vision control is got to be paramount going into these fights. I mean, this one is still the sole point. Ooh,
oh, that's a flash
there from PJ, or I think he had to. That binding, although it would have, you know, it was a little iffy there, but I think the max range would have just snagged him. That flash, though, and forcing them out of the mid lane is going to mean that Dragon priority is going to go over to Blacklist X, and that is very dangerous when you're playing into all the CC from Wukong, Morgana, Silas, and they're not even going to contest it. Just the soul point, not the soul. And if they had lost that fight against the Baron, probably could have seen inhibitors maybe more go down.
Yeah, at that point, like, if the game doesn't end there, the amount of gold that you gain from breaking literally everything in the base could just also just spell the end regardless. And I like the decision. coming in from Wichita. Go ahead, concede that. Buy yourself a little bit extra time. Make sure you get that next item on the board. Grim, it looks like, is itemizing towards the Azania's Hourglass. I'd like to see the not the chalice, but the cleanse.
Cleanse? Oh,
What's the cleanse item?
Mikhail's Blessing.
Yes, Mikhail's, I think, is really key in these fights if you are looking to try and fight, because there's so much CC packed into that squad. If you get locked down, especially without flash, it's just game over, right?
Yeah, definitely. Nightstar, I'm going to ask you, we've kind of said a little bit more time for Wichita Wolves. They're buying themselves more time. They need a little bit more time. How much more time is a little bit more time? We've got 3 items now on the Rise. We've got 3 items now on the Seraphine. We're 31 minutes in. This is usually around the point where I start favoring scaling teams, but right now sitting 4K gold down.
Yeah, 4K gold down isn't necessarily a whole lot either. If we look at where the gold is spread, right, it's very marginal leads. You've got 1,000 in the top lane. That doesn't translate into necessarily a whole lot. You're maybe able to get an extra Giant's Belt. And, I mean, the largest lead is 1,500 in that 80 carry role, but the Seraphine items are very cheap. So when it comes to item parity, she's going to have that. So again, this is where they should come online. PBN not very far behind, able to keep parity with his itemization. And yes, Death Cap brings him over the top, but with Cosmic Drive, your cooldowns are just low enough that you're able to really pump out the damage.
So again, I want to bring us back to the topic of execution. There's a lot of really impactful ultimates in these team fights. We're looking at Wukong. Obviously, Silas kind of gets his pick of the litter of the enemy team. You can get Showstopper, the Seraphine ultimate is 2 really big ones. So we're going to be looking at these players and seeing how they can utilize them. If we get a Tentikai plus swapped 3-man knock-up into Charm, all the scaling in the world is not going to mean anything because you don't get to press your buttons. You're just sitting there looking at your opponents for 6 seconds until you die. But on the other side, if we can get a Seraphine ultimate from Grim, or if we can get a good engage from a Bud, the exact opposite can look true. And I think we've already seen that a lot this game, where the gold lead stagnates for a while. One team has the control for a couple minutes, but then they misexecute on the fight, and it's thrown back into their opponent's court. Right now, though, it's the Baron going to be started up from the side of Blacklist. There is no vision whatsoever on this one. Now they know, but it might be too late. It's already down to 2K.
Yeah, it's just gone. As it's a really nice move coming in from Blacklist. That is, of course, ideally the move that they pull off right here to get them as many battle stats as possible for this upcoming dragon fight. And on the flip side, for Wichita Wolves, you're all in on the dragon. This Baron, it doesn't necessarily change the dynamic that much. You still have to have still have to execute on all your X's and O's when it comes to this next dragon fight, regardless of what happens at Baron.
Now, this is dragon control here for Wichita Wolves, which is not something they've had for the last 2 dragons. I would like to see them keep it, but Bud has teleport to rejoin this fight should he need to. Currently answering Tentakai up there in the top lane. However, we've explained how important having vision control is. It's so much easier to have those bindings be shot out into the dark instead of walking through a jungle where Morgana can just pick you off like fish in a barrel. Now a teleport from Tentakai coming through. Mabud still in the top lane, still clearing waves. PJ are caught out. Here comes the TP from the set. Great charm coming through from both sides. But it's Blacklist X that are there with 5 first, and they just wipe the floor with Wichita Wolves red. That's the Infernal Soul. They've got the Baron, they've got the TPs, and that's going to be game number 1 in the bag.
And I mean, for the side of Blacklist, it was just a perfectly executed fight, right? They were able to find the steal on the Seraphine ult, and that changes the fight completely. If they're able to somehow keep the Seraphine out of vision, prevent the Silas from removing that ultimate, I think the fight can possibly be in their favor, but at this point, it's just too much. There's too much gold, and the power is just way too high on the side of Blacklist. They'll take game number 1 and start off this best of 5 grand finals 1-0.
Yeah, some shaky early games, but some incredible team fighting coming through. I think from Blacklist X was really the crutch of that game. Swapped was massive. Those 2 Seraphine ultimates in the fight around the Baron and then the fight there at the Infernal Dragon were just paramount to Blacklist X securing that first win. And Wichita Wolves Red, we've finally seen somebody take them down, and in a semi-convincing fashion. We're in for a series, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, for sure here. And for the side of Wichita Wolves, it's a bit back to the drawing board, just trying to figure out what picks didn't work out here. I think that they just didn't have necessarily the best composition to pair up with the early aggression coming in from Xin, right? Like, you want to be very forward and push into them and take fights against the Viego to try and shut them down. But if you look at their comp, like Seraphine wants to play a little bit weak side, right? And this Rise doesn't necessarily get heavy priority early on, wants to be able to get a couple levels in under his belt. And as a result, the Viego pretty much got out of that lane phase unscathed and got to actually play the game.
Yeah, and speaking to the jungle matchup, I was a little bit left wanting out of the Bluxy Xin Zhao. He didn't really make a lot of early looks. I think we saw one in the top lane, one in the bottom lane, and the bottom lane one did work out for him. But, it was, for the most part, a pretty quiet early, I'd say, 10 minutes. And I almost felt like Viego, although the looks weren't as good, he was getting more of them off. And I don't feel like that should be the case when you're going up against a Xin Zhao. And we never really got to see the pairing with the Thresh either, which was on paper going to be brilliant. You leave the Seraphine alone in lane, and the Thresh can just roam all over the map with the Xin Zhao and make plays. We saw Thresh roam around. We saw him go top. We saw him go mid countless times, but it was never the sync up with the jungler making plays, especially early on. So Wichita Wolves, I would love to see them come into game number 2 with the same level of thinking for the aggression. Just need to turn up the actual fire a little bit early on.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I think that while the draft, I still think, was really, really good, the execution definitely fell short. We need to see more out of Biluxy and PJR being able to team up with him. But in general, I think you need, if you're going to be going for a Xin, you have to really play around the Xin. And they just didn't find ways to do so in game number 1.
Well, they still have plenty of chances. We have a best of 5 on our hands, so buckle up, everyone. We're going to toss it over to a short break as we get ready for game number 2. Blacklist X are up 1-0 in this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome,
it's doomed.
everybody. Mid-snack, we're back on air. It's a game number 2 between Blacklist X and Wichita Wolves Red. My producer playing a prank on me there. We just saw X finally take down Wichita Wolves Red. I say finally, we've been waiting for anybody to make this team look not so dominant, and Blacklist is able to finally do it. Coming through with the Viego, the Stylist was really big in that match, and overall just some really good team fighting. I think good fundamentals in that game one, enough so that I think we're gonna have an interesting series on our hand. It wasn't a blowout, but it wasn't a disappointing game either. I had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah, and I mean, it was always going. It always felt like it was going to be close because of how those compositions really matched up. The fact that you had still the scaling power on the side of Wichita Wolves, it meant that the game was never truly over until that last fight, which was so one-sided in favor of Blacklist. And now moving into game number 2, maybe we take a look at that Wukong pick. 6 jungle fans? Do we really need that many jungle fans on it?
I don't know, Nightstar. You tell me. Jungle is pretty OP right now. But yes, the Wukong, I mean, we know that it's a favorite pick of Tentakai. We know that he is probably one of the best players on the Rift, I would say, in just terms of in this game. I'm not gonna say he's like the best player in league, but like in this game mechanically, I think as far as like lane phase, he is incredibly competent, and we saw it even early on. But Bud was taking some pretty hefty trades, even with Bluxy kind of coming up there and trying to babysit him. And again, Tentakai absorbed so much pressure in that top lane too. I think a big part of why we felt like we didn't get to see Bluxy was that not that he wasn't trying to make plays, but he was going top and Tentakai was just never caught out.
Yeah, Tentakai really kept the lane states really mattered, and sometimes, yes, sometimes it comes down to, well, my jungler just can't find priority. Other times it's just the fact that, well, he can't ever gank top lane because he's always on tower unless we find some way to dive him, and we need a lot more people than just us two to do so. Then it's just almost impossible. So Tentakai
So
played
let's talk about the
immaculately.
junglers, Nightstar, because I don't feel like Bluxy was given the best Xin Zhao game there.
Yep.
Kind of like you said, not great lane states, and he didn't really get a lot of the attention that we were hoping from PJer on the Thresh. So going into game number 2, now on blue side, what can Wichita Wolves do to free up Bluxy? Or should we just put Bluxy on more of a farming champion and relieve him of some of that responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely questions that we're really looking at. And I think part of that comes down to how do the bans change? Because we did see 6 jungle bans. So if any of these junglers do get freed up because teams are looking to take other picks away, then that really changes what you can go for on that for that first pick here. Is first pick was Viego, mind you, for the side of Blacklist. So that's something to keep in mind. Definitely left open for flex interpretation in our eyes, because I don't think either of us truly expected the Viego go into the jungle.
When I saw, I mean, we knew Morgana was going to be going into the support lane because literally nobody else could. But if that Morgana had come through any earlier in the draft, you would have convinced me that that was a jungle Morg. We were getting a solo lane Viego. I have never seen Viego jungle, but hey, now we've seen it win. So 100% win rate, results-based analysis says it must be busted.
You're converted to Viego jungle now.
I'm a convert. I'm a believer, Nightstar. Let's get into the draft for game number 2. We'll see if the Viego comes through once again. Swapped sides. So Wichita Wolves red, now on blue. And we're going to see Blacklist X taking the red side here. You lose the first pick, but you gained the counter pick. And what's the ban table going to be? Now, the Gwen was banned on blue side last game. Wichita Wolves is a team that will pick it, so I expect them to leave the onus of banning Gwen to Blacklist.
Yeah, Gwen definitely should be given a little bit of priority when it comes to, hey, are we going to take it away on red side, or are we looking to still, or I mean, for the side of Blacklist, maybe they just don't want to see Gwen in general, even though they have played it in that top lane. Tentakai has locked it in. I believe they did take the L there, so perhaps that changes. But the first ban change is going to be the removal of Tentakai's Wukong, which I think was like, it was really unanswered in that game. It really allowed Silas to just run in, do his thing as well, because attention was just, you're immediately always going to turn to the CC that's on your booty right at that moment.
All right, so just as a refresher, the first round bans for Wichita Wolves in game 1 were Rumble, Lee Sin, and Udyr. Now, Lee Sin or Udyr have to be left up here, and the first 3 bans for the side of Blacklist X were Nocturne, Gwen, and Kindred. Now, they have taken Viego off of the table, which means that either Gwen or Kindred will be left up. So it is going to be the Lee Sin being left up for the side of Wichita Wolves. And we'll see what ends up having to get left through. Already, we see some better jungler options for Blexi, though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be either the Gwen or the Lee Sin locked in for this first pick here.
This is dangerous.
I can't imagine a world where you don't go Gwen here.
We'll see if Wichita Wolves Red agree with you here. I mean, you would certainly expect them to. They had a game on it last week. I believe they took it into the jungle. Nightstar, you'd have to correct me on that. But they did exceptionally well with it. They just obliterated Mad City Premier, who, again, both these teams have beaten, but is not a slouch of a team. And there's the lock-in. 200 years of champion design, first picked on blue side.
I mean, I just couldn't see a world in which they didn't opt for the Gwen pick, and seeing the timer tick down without it locked in, I was just slowly getting more and more concerned.
So what's the answer then? I guess is the big question. If you're going to give up Gwen, you better be getting something good back for yourselves.
Yeah, and it is going to be Kindred, which I would say is one of Shelf Elf's specialties. So I think this is a really good pick for him. I don't like it necessarily into the Gwen because Kindred's more of a passive jungler right now. You wait, get a little bit under your belt, and then you start to look to amp up the aggression, get those extra stacks. But you're not necessarily looking to be super aggressive early on, unless if you have a Tristana mid that can get that wave priority and allow you to get these invades in.
Tristana, just an incredibly versatile and powerful champion. So much flex potential, so much safety, so much damage, so much everything. Ezreal and Gangplank coming in here, though, for Wichita Wolves. Two laners that are known for being rather weak side. So it's a bit surprising to me that they come in one right after each other.
Yeah, and I mean, Ezreal, Gangplank are typically really good champions in a lot of these lanes too. So with how, again, you mentioned weak side dynamic coming in with these two picks, I feel like it has to be the Gwen mid in that case, right? Like,
give yourselves a strong lane to play through. Yeah.
If you're going to throw all your resources into a lane, like, Gwen is it. I can't imagine anything else. And on the flip side, we're going to see another giga scale champion, and that is the Kale. So a lot of range coming in from the side of Blacklist Gaming, and also just a lot of late game power.
Yeah, if you cannot squash that Kale in the top lane, where I assume she'll be going, you're going to have a very difficult time later on. And that's the thing, that's something you get to do when you see the weak side solo laner of Gangplank locked in early on. You kind of know that you can shake hands. Sure, the early laning phase isn't going to be fun with the parlays to the face, but at least you know that the poke is most of what you have to worry about. Gangplank is not known for stomping you in lanes level 1 to 3. It should be a lane that Kale can at least get out of generally well. Now let's look on to the second rounds of bans. Galio the first one, Nautilus the second. What picks do you still have your eyes on that are left up here, Nightstar?
I mean, I'm still just like trying to figure out where this Gwen is going. And, you know, I had a strange idea come into my mind. I was thinking, all right, how do we just keep playing around this Gwen? What if instead of Gwen mid, we just go funnel Gwen?
Nightstar, you did not just say that word. Oh no, you can't say that on stream. The F word, really? Shh, don't.
Fiddlestick.
Keep your voice down. Riot's gonna ban us, dude.
Fiddlestick's also really good here.
I haven't seen funnel in a long time. Nightstar, how would that even work? Are we talking like the old funnel strat where Gwen is picking up mid farm and jungle camps at the same time?
It's not quite that because of, again, the tax power on the jungle items, which has stemmed a lot of that. But if you're looking for just any sort of mid laner that can just give up waves to try and rotate and take care of these side lanes, I think it makes a lot of sense why the side of Blacklist, they went ahead and banned away the Galio and the Karma, because these are two champions that, hey, they shove in the wave, they go and try and gank these side lanes, try and help them out. And in the meantime, if another wave decides to crash, you just give that wave over to Gwen in the jungle. And so it makes a lot of sense here, but it does look like with these next two picks, we are going to see the Gwen go into the jungle, and it is going to be a pretty resource-heavy mid laner, which I still am all about. Never mind. It's going to be that same idea that I had before, because Qiyana, again, a jungler that is very willing to give up waves in the mid lane to just kill people.
Yeah, she is. Qiyana doesn't farm minions, she farms champions, and she's gonna have a good game to do so. Looking over at the other side, Blacklist X, although I love the team fight so far that they've set up, especially with this Senna being locked in, I will say that I am worried about their early game. They've got triple marksman. I guess you can kind of count Kale as another marksman up there once she gets going, but a lot of ramp up time is going to be needed for Blacklist X to get going. Yes, they have a lot of safety for their carries, but they need some items under their belt. And you know, we're going to see another situation where there's a clock, and this time I feel like the timer is going to be pretty large.
Yeah, I think there's just too large of a timing window for the side of Wichita Wolves to be able to play this game, because even if we do get into late game, right, you have a Kench and you have a Kale. Yes, they have ults to protect one particular person, but at the same time, if you ever miss position, the Kindred ult doesn't do anything for your composition, because Kiana can just knock you out. And with how much damage this Kiana can line up in these fights, it's really, really problematic to play the game. Not to mention, you don't truly have a frontline tank in your composition. Tahm Kench very much a midline or even a backline tank, because he can't use his Devour comfortably if he's sitting up front, because then you're bringing one of these backline champs up into a spot that they definitely don't want to be.
Yeah, and I don't see a lot of... I mean, we've got some sustain tools, right? With the Senna healing, the Tahm Kench is trying to keep you alive. Same with Kale. But there's not a lot of disengage. We've got tons of damage, but I don't see the 5v5 team fight really happening too often this game. We see a lot of range, a lot of poke, a lot of squishiness kind of from both sides. So this feels like a pretty scrappy one to me. We're going to be looking at who is hitting their skill shots, who's able to win out on health advantages. And at least then for the side of Wichita Wolves, PBN is going to be the janitor of this game. He's going to be looking to just walk around and clean up kills wherever he can. Now, a quick look back to last week when we saw this Gwen get played in the jungle from the side of Wichita Wolves. The composition there was Nocturne in the top lane, Galio in the mid lane, Ashe and Morgana in the bot lane. So it was very much, again, playing around this Gwen, but doing so with a lot of globals, making sure that if anybody got in trouble, the rest of the team could join in. I feel like we see a similar position here. We've got, you know, the Cannon Barrage, the Lux Ultimate for some semi-globals, but, you know, this is a much more mobile comp. And again, I'll use execution. This feels like a higher execution comp coming through from Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, it's not quite the composition we saw last week, where it was very much, hey, we're going to bring the dive with you. This time around, they've got so many chip tools, poke tools, and and because of how fragile the other side is with the Kale, Kindred, Tristana, Senna, yes, they've got tools to try and keep themselves alive, but I mean, they're going to take a burst of damage regardless. Kindred is going to prevent you from dying, but you're still going to be sitting on 1 HP. So Gwen, Qiyana, these two champions should just go really just ham. And even when the Kindred ult does go down, like Gangplank can just set up barrels, prepare, hey, when does this ult fall? All right, let's just pop a couple.
Yeah, and if it's ever popped too close to a wall, Supreme Display of Talent is just disgusting. I mean, you've got so much AoE that you can layer on top. The True Shot Barrage, the Singularity from the Lux, like it's just nasty if you can time that for when it drops. However, I want to put an asterisk on all of this because, again, the onus of aggression is going to be on Wichita Wolves here. Eventually, the scaling ticks over to the Senna, the Kale, the Kindred, lots of actually infinite scaling on that side. The scaling is not too bad from things like a Gangplank and things like a Gwen, but they have to be able to at some point in this mid game find themselves a lead and snowball it into a victory. And when we take that into consideration, I want to again bring up that they have 2 weak side laners. So this mid lane is going to be very crucial for the side of Wichita Wolves. Bluxy plus PBN, I need to see them making plays and really starting to gather themselves a gold advantage, because if this is just another kind of farm till 30 minute, sure, your mid game looks great, but all that Blacklist X have to do is kind of survive that window from like the 20 to the 35 minute mark.
Right, but you say that, and on the flip side, Trevor, we've got a Kale and a Senna. Like, if that doesn't also scream out, we're playing weak side, I don't know what else also says that. So literally both compositions are just like, we're just gonna do the same thing as you, and it just comes down to, hey, who's the better mid jungle 2v2?
Yeah, and that one, I'll agree with you, definitely over to the Gwen and the Kiana. We'll see how it shakes up. In a world full of weak side champions, Bluxy and PBN are the 2 Chads. And they're going to be looking to get some work done. We're going to toss through a short break as we get into game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 here. Upsurge Contender League Grand Finals. Blacklist X on the red side taking on Wichita Wolves red on the blue side. Blacklist lead this series 1-0. And we're coming into this game with a lot of different champions from game number 1. We essentially took those comps, threw them out the window, somehow let Gwen in the door. Even though there was a very clear no Gwen allowed sign on the entrance, she still showed up anyway. New champions have a tendency to do that. And now Wichita Wolves red looking to even this series up.
Looking to even the series up, and I mean, in my opinion, they have a great opportunity to do so. I think this draft is just vastly superior. They have different ways to play out this draft, whereas on the flip side, like, you've got a lot of range damage, but you don't necessarily have a great tank to sit in front, so you have to really play these fights so perfectly that
Yeah.
I've got questions, Trevor.
It's going to be tough. The kiting has to be immaculate from not just 1, not just 2, but all 4 of these damage threats with the Kale, the Kindred, the Tristana, and the Senna, because if one person is able to get on top of them at any point, you're at risk of going down. Now, Mabud looking to trade level 1. Gangplank really good at these early trades thanks to his passive. However, the minion damage is helping out Tentakai a bit.
Minion damage helping, but I mean, mostly just the evolution, being able to have that extra range damage helps out just ever so slightly, but sustain advantage much more in favor of the Gangplank at the moment because of the different starting items. And it's going to be about Gangplank bullying out this Kale, making sure this Kale doesn't get to play the game for a very, very long time. Yes, the poke slowly slows down. If Kale's able to hit level 11, there's a big difference in their level 11s. But at this rate, like, it took 2 minutes and 45 seconds to hit level 2. Trevor.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. We'll see how it evolves over the next couple of minutes. Keeping our eyes on the junglers, though. Again, Bluxy and PBN going to be pivotal in this game number 2. Both junglers going for rather full early clears, opposite pathing as well, so we're not going to see a lot of early action. Will be bot scuttle here for Bluxy, as he does have the push down bot. We'll see if Shelf Elf doesn't win the 50-50. Is Crab spawn on the bottom side? Unfortunate.
Game over.
That's just RNG's fault, right? You lost this one because of RNG.
Yeah, it's like in TFT, You just didn't get the roll.
That's why I love the game so much. It's never my fault. It's just the roll, man.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you play Kindred. You just hope and pray. If you don't get the flip, well, unlucky.
See what Shelf Elf can do here. Mabud out of mana, but Shelf Elf just going to make sure that Tentakai can crash this wave. Good chunk of damage, but Gangplank will be just fine. Shelf Elf sticking around, making sure the next wave gets denied too, as well. Making sure that Tentakai can get the best base possible.
Yeah, really nice play coming in from Shelf Elf, putting the wave in this spot, and now Mabud, like, he wants these minions, but honestly, the barrel chain probably hurts him a little bit more than it helped him in that instance, and he's just going to continue to bleed a little bit more CS. However, when it comes to lane state, like, you're definitely happy from both ends. Tentakai being able to get a reset in is massive here, and for Mabud, well, he's still farming he's going to get the EXP lead, which is the big deal in this lane.
Rather quiet early couple of minutes again. Now, when we talk about the Kiana into the Tristana matchup, a lot of the kill threat comes from the level 6. early on. Tristana actually does have quite a good time as just the ranged over melee, as well as all of the extra push damage from the explosive charge. Could be very annoying when you're trying to just go about your business in the lane and your minions keep exploding and hurting you.
Or your tower.
Or your tower, you know, just nowhere is safe. But First Dragon is now on the table, so I'd expect these teams to make some moves the next few minutes. Spiny gonna land onto Steve Fox, but Ashel's there with the gobble, gobble, gobble. However, now Bluxy's around, and there is no Devour. Never mind, they're gonna turn tail and run.
The bouncer's still there.
Into that tongue, and so, well, things will be just okay. Here comes Shelfelf to try to turn this around. Ashel flashes forward. He's got 3 stacks. He's looking for the gobble. Grim, one auto attack would have taken him down, but he slinks away to safety. Binding in the middle of all the minions. Bluxy gets first blood, but it's traded for Shelfelf. Here comes Swapped under the tower with the buster shot. It's quick and it's easy. It's a double kill for Swapped.
Yeah, that's the swap and bop there. As he makes his way into the bot lane, finds a perfect angle, and I mean, if you're that low health for Tristana, like, it doesn't matter that you're a ranged champion trying to dive a tower. There is just absolutely no room. But now, my bud!
Oh,
no way!
He burns, he dies, my bud gets the solo bolo.
That's it.
Look at all the minions he's denying.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, this is why you just don't take Kale into the GP matchup. Like, I mentioned that, yes, it was great that they got that wave crashed up in that top side, but the EXP difference just makes the world a difference. Now he's going to try and reverse it.
Is level 6 now, and he's back with a vengeance. He's teleported in, and he's taken a lot of damage in return. That's the price you pay for showing up into lane as Kale.
He just TP'd! Now he has to recall!
And Mabud, I mean, they're here for the dive. Gwen is around, Lux is around. If they had just gotten vision there, PJ didn't have ultimate, so he couldn't have used that. But yeah, Tentakai has to get out of there. Mabud still has TP here. He never reset. So a lot of an advantage coming through. Now, Nightstar, with all of that just going on, does that start to even up the 2 kills that Swap got on the bot side?
It makes this game very interesting because of now, like, again, whenever you pick a Kale, you kind of expect to play 4v5 to a certain degree, right? Because you want her to ramp up. Certainly not as bad as when she first got reworked. That was truly a 4v5 experience. But, like, the Kale is really only an alt bot right now, if she ever joins these fights, whereas Mabud, he's just got so many other dynamics he can play, and now he's just going to find...
the 1v1 in the top lane. Meanwhile, though, it's a scuffle around the bot lane. Lots of members moving around here.
Dragon focus.
Tentakai using that ultimate is going to make him a bit more vulnerable here.
Interesting that they look for a bit of a dragon focus there right after the dragon does get taken, but looking forward into the next play, blue buff actually secured, and it does look like I mean, at the very least, this Kindred's feeling somewhat comfortable, right? She, yes, died once, but 2 assists, not too far behind when it comes to or she is ahead in EXP, which is great into this Gwen pick. And she's...
And now here comes the play. Grim uses the arcane shift. There's a Senna ult. Can they find the damage? Doesn't have a heal available. PJer has that one, but it's not enough. He goes down. Shelfelf gonna grab the kill.
Yep, that's kill locked in there. And that just helps him out even more so. Doesn't quite have the stacks, of course, but... Or actually, he does. He's got 3 stacks, so...
Yeah, had 3 going into that play. Didn't even get one from the Ezreal. He had the Lux mark, so... Honestly... Oh, hang on, Tentakai!
Wait a second.
Get a solo, but Bud, one more auto tech would do it. The Q doesn't land. Now Bluxy will turn it around. The Rift Heralds coming through clutch. As Tentakai now in trouble. Bluxy, though.
Might be trapped.
I'm sorry, Tentakai. I meant Bluxy's the one in trouble. Swapped comes up clutch there in the turnaround. And it's another kill for the Tristana. The play goes horribly wrong. They lose 2 for 0.
And that's the 4th stack. That might have been a 5th stack as well. No, it is just going to be 4, but that is going to be that first proc for Shelf Elf, getting that extra range. Massive win there, and they now have an avenue to strike here, coming in from the side of Blacklist, being able to play around this Kindred, this very strong Tristana still. And I mean, the funnel hasn't quite come through yet. Bluxy hasn't been given some mid farm.
Yeah. And nice start. What went wrong here? Because I remember going into this draft thinking, oh my God, we are going to see a 20-minute, like I wouldn't blame Blacklist if they surrendered here. Like they're going to be that far behind. Now, fast forward, we're 11 minutes in, they're 2,000 gold up. And a lot of that is focused on the swapped here. So he's going to jump away, but hyper fed on this Tristana.
Yep.
I'm struggling to wrap my mind around how this turned out so badly, at least early on for Wichita Red.
Yeah, Swap just being able to get those 2 kills in that bottom lane, but more importantly, always just maintaining priority, non-stop priority around this mid lane. And Bluxy, I felt like he needed to get a little bit more involved into this mid lane. Again, when we look at these lanes, you're not expecting a whole lot coming in from the Ezreal looks. You're not expecting the Gangplank to get all the resources necessarily. So I was hoping to see a little bit more go into that mid lane, get the Kiana going, make sure she then gets to leave lane, and then do her thing after.
I will say, though, that the one shining light here for Wichita Wolves is that Mabud is rather accelerated. Up 25 CS. He's already on the Essence Reaver. And, yeah, gets that...
Ow.
Oh, barrage?
Ow.
Not quite gonna take him out. He pulls tower aggro there. Otherwise, he might have gotten the kill. Tentakai had to blow the ultimate to get away. I was going to say, though, that first break is about to go down to Mabud as well. And if we look over at the gold, he's 1,200 gold up before that happens. Now Shelf Elf and Swapped here, they're trying to maybe shut this down a little. They do force Bluxy away, but the tower does fall, and Mabud is able to get away to safety.
Yeah, what a world of difference is. They're actually going aggressive bot lane.
Next time, Nightstar, I promise. PJ are going to flash away. Steve Fox not going to let him go. It's all the flashes coming through. Every single summoner down the list is going to turn into Steve Fox's double kill.
Yeah, and if you... I mean, this is one of the concerns, right? Where all of a sudden you aren't able to get or do well enough when it comes to farming off of your spell thieves, being able to farm well enough with this Ezreal that once they turn online, I mean, the Tom Kench just runs you down. And right then and there, you lose bot lane priority because your bot lane just died. Mid lane priority, well, let's just say it's been non-existent for the side of Wichita Wolves. And that means you can just walk into the jungle like it's nobody's business but yours.
Swapped finds another jump and another kill. Bluxy goes down. I mean, he wasn't even able to use any of his abilities. Still had the exhaust up. Still had the smite. He just died that fast. And Dragon's going to go over to Blacklist here. Looking incredibly dominant through the first stages of this second game. Even more so than game 1. Which is crazy because now they have arguably even a worse early game composition. But they are still putting in the work, and I don't feel like we've seen Swapped ever really pressured in this game. And similar situation to last game as well on the Silas. He has been a force to reckon with here for Blacklist in the mid lane.
Yeah, Swapped has just looked incredibly dominant, and now all of a sudden this bot lane is starting to become a bit of a liability with the Ezreal Lux. They're not going to have control over this bot lane at all, and that, like, the bigger impact of that is the fact that, well, next dragon, how are you going to contest it? And that is the big question here, because I think this is one that you really do have to contest to prevent this very early soul of going down. Because again, the only tools they can use to disengage fights is just be perfect with their ult usage.
They had the read on Bluxy. He thought he was safe on a control board, but he goes down. Now Mabud's gonna fall too. 2 quick kills. Steve Fox fuse him from across the map. And now PBN has to run. Things turning from bad to so much worse here for Wichita Wolves Red.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm going to be honest to the viewers. I said after that draft, when we were waiting for spectate mode to swap on over, I wouldn't be surprised if on the side of, well, okay, we're going to see Group 5
takes
first.
a lot of tower damage, but here comes the dive. They do finish it off. Ashel, 1 kill, Shelf Elf, the other. The tower should soon follow. Bluxy, buddy, this isn't your Raptor camp. Shelf Elf is 2 levels above you right now.
And
They tell Bluxy that? I don't think he cares. Bluxy is trying to 1-3, but it's just not enough. The Lamb's Respite was able to keep the Kindred alive. Good try, but not in the cards, Bluxy. Not yet.
yeah, you know, the jungler wasn't very honorable. You know, he brought people with him, and that's just not fair, as has been pretty much this entire game. But it was basically, hey, you know, this Senna Tom Kench, like, it's just getting more and more frustrating to play against, and now
you can't do this. She's out on one of the barrels at least. Exhaust is onto Mabud.
Wait.
Mabud is able to finish it off. The cannon barrage comes in clutch, and a thumbs up emote. Okay, says Mabud.
I don't know what happened there. Like, I thought for sure it was just Dunzo, because this is, again, a Tristana that has exhaust. She's 4-0. She jumps on in. Yes, it's melee range into a Gangplank, which is somewhat questionable, but when you're that far ahead, do you really expect the damage to turn around? Not really.
So, the one thing I'll mention is that Swap still has ultimate. I don't know if it was off cooldown when he was in that fight. But if it was, that might have been enough damage to at least, you know, disengage, at least get him out of there. But you could have been enough to even finish off the kill.
Yeah, at the very least, the reset's
hubris coming in. You know, he's a 4-0 ADC. He can take on the solo laner.
Yeah, that's exactly the ADC or marksman mentality, right? I'm so fed. There's no way they can stop me. And then you die, and then immediately you go into alt chat and just say, playing marksman in 2021.
This role sucks. I'm going back to mid lane, / jungle, / top, / support. Bluxy now running away. Still going to be chased down, though. Exhaust coming through. Got a lot of ground to cover, and his boots aren't big enough. And now it's 4-man strong in the mid lane here. Herald's going to be dropped by Shelf Elf. So they're looking for the T2. True Shot Barrage to clear out the wave, but it's not going to be enough. That's a canyon wave. And Shelly will get her charge off. Shelf Elf just desperately trying to pick up his jungle because he knows he won't get access to those stacks for long. Shelly even gets a charge on the inhibitor turret as the Lamb's Respite is dropped. 2 towers down, and now it looks like they're going to fall back to Drake.
You're going to fall back to Drake, and I mean, this is the dragon that I really wanted the side of Wichita Wolves to try and challenge, to try and flip here. But now you're 7k gold down, you're trapped in your base. Like, obviously, you're not going to look for the fight now. So they're just going to have to concede Soul Dragon, and it really just comes down to how much gold they're able to accumulate for this next fight, as Bluxy once again comes under fire. This time will at last be able to get some gold invested.
1v2. This is the play that Wichita Wolves are looking for. Can they find him? He flashes away, close to trading. A lot of damage already coming through from that level 11 KO, but PBN secures him in the end.
will be able to secure the kill, and that's a pick going for them, but still a long road to really get back into relevance territory, because not just looking at the gold, and the gold gap is not looking great, but you also look at the level disadvantage. There's 2 levels on the support here, and this is very impactful because, again, Ashel, he's getting the farm. So that extra difference, not just gold, but getting the levels does matter even more. Now you look in the jungle, that's a 3-level difference. That's massive. That's nuts.
I actually really like this. Ashel forcing the Gwen out of the jungle, then immediately just starting up the Baron.
More than enough damage.
This quite yet. They now know from the cannon barrage. Steve Fox starting to fight off at half HP. Bluxy's in the
here.
He's looking for this Mice Steal. It's gonna be a flip. Here we go! Talent is huge! And it's the Baron Steal coming in from Wichita Wolves Red. Can they find the fight afterwards? Steve Fox goes down. It's gonna be traded for PBN. Now with a 2v4. Tentakai on the run. They need to kite backwards perfectly. But it's the Baron Steal, and it's a team fight win for Wichita Wolves, despite being thousands of gold down.
Yeah, and we were talking about, hey, in the previous game, what's the worst option that you can do when you are a kite back squad? Trap yourself in the Baron pit. And we go 2 for 2 in that call, as that is a massive mistake and a massive team fight found by the side of Wichita Wolves, as all of a sudden they go from 7k down, they're only down 3k now. So 4,000 gold swing, and you can't ever trap yourself in the Baron pit like that against the Kiana. That supreme display of talent covers essentially the entire map at that choke point.
You don't get really any room for error in these team fights either. There's not a lot of front line. There's no disengage to speak of. You know, if you are caught out, you are dead. That's just the thick and thin of it. So really big backswing here for Wichita Wolves. We'll see if they can carry that momentum. They're going to need it. Just shy of 2 minutes, the Dragon Soul will be spawning here. And yes, the gold lead is closed significantly, but it is still a gold lead here for Blacklist X. However, another objective means another pit to trap yourself in.
Yeah, that's exactly it here. However, they still have a way to win this game.
For PBN,
oh, good
he's not able to get the auto attacks off thanks to the stealth, but Shelfelf has picked up his trail. Does not land the stun, and Shelfelf just going to flash to make sure that one goes through. We're a minute 20 shy of the Drake. PBN will be back up in plenty of time, but his flash won't. And Shelfelf now is looking for Bluxy. 1v1 through the junglers.
Sure?
It's just, dude. Now Kai is looking to run away. He has swapped in his back pocket, but it might be too little, just a little bit too late. Swap finds a kill on the backside in the chaos. Fox is the trade. Cannon barrage is one. And now Swapped is in the thick of the trade. Bluxy to take him out. Can he get the damage? The guy backwards. He's able to get out of the fight, but he's not able to find the kills. Mabun with a to the face. And
they found
again find an impossible team fight win.
It is truly unbelievable. Like, if you asked me how team fights would go after that draft, I would have said, of course, it's going to be the side of the Wichita Wolves. But we've been watching this game, and so that's why the turnaround just feels so surprising, because of, again, like, we've seen the 1v1s. We've been seeing these duels constantly being won on the side of Blacklist, and now it's just being flipped right on its head. Part of that, again, is compositional difference. It's just such a high execution ceiling that they have to really execute around for the side of Blacklist, but on the flip side, it's also just really nice attention to detail from the side of Wichita.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Blacklist, just give up these dragons, right? I mean, you got the 3 early Drakes, you've got the hyperscaling team. Sure, you're 5k gold ahead at the point where we went into those fights, but you do not need to be grouping up around these objectives. And it's a pit that they've fallen into now multiple times over this series, where they've gone into these corridors, got into the jungle, where the fights are not advantageous for them, and they really don't need to be. Now the play, though, is just to take the inhibitor tower. They do have the mid lane prio. They find Mabud caught out. And hey, what do I know? The jungle is full of dangers, but it's also full of opportunities. And now they're looking to just pressure onto the inhibitor itself.
Are they going for the juggler?
You get the Lambs spite out as the cherry on top. Wait, no way, Nightstar. Are they pushing?
Are they going for the jugular?
Swamped is looking for damage on the tower. Shelf Elf trying to buy up some space, but Bluxy is able to find the kill. He goes down. There's the second one. They do trade for the jungler. Supreme finds all 3 off of just the inhibitor tower. Tentakai has to flash away, and greed will be their downfall. Blacklist X, just take your foot off the gas for 1 second, please.
They thought they could just go ahead and end the game right then and there, and I mean, they end up overcommitting, right? And we've seen time and time again, if they end up stepping too far forward and don't leave cooldowns up for them to just walk away, then they're just too far in. This composition, their only way of disengaging is to use their feet. They don't exactly have a whole lot of jumps. The only person with a jump really is going to be that Tristana. The Kindred has a bit of a jump as well, but it's not to the same degree. So, yeah, move speed different.
That play just felt like a little bit of desperation coming through from the side of Blacklist X. I mean, they've been losing the last couple of fights, but once again, I would like to remind them, they have so much scaling on their side, and they have been in such a good position for most of this game. Even if you're losing the fights now, there's no reason to press the tempo. You'll win them in 10 minutes. But opting to go for that fight when they didn't have the Landra Spite. I mean, Swapped had used his explosive charge on the tower, which is not something you do if you're looking to go for the 5v5. You know, you wait, use that for the fight. You can use the tower later. So all of these things combined just really feels like Blacklist X feels pressured to end the game soon. Like they're running out of time somehow.
Yeah, and I mean, part of that is like, look at these gangplank items, and then look at the difference between the top players.
Just get a sacrificial lamb.
They're just going to try and run it. They're going to try and send it. They know.
Ashel, where are you going? He's trying to buy time. They're just
they're trying to end mid.
Trying to end the game again. As I don't think Swabs will be able to stop all of this. Gameplay is doing more than enough to clear out those waves.
Yeah, they realized they threw too much attention on trying to stop the backs. They don't have any real way of ending the game, and now they're going to try and go for the Hail Mary.
Hail ultimate, he gets 1 kill, and he's still healthy. Bluxy, though, is going to change that fact. Tentakai looking for the kill onto the jungler, and he finds it, but Mabud trades him out. It's a triple kill for Tentakai, but it's an ace for Wichita Wolves Red.
Bot lane's up, though. So they can't actually do this Baron buff, as Tom Kench will have the ult available to just make that rotation over to the Baron buff. So for the side of Wichita, it's just going to be them backing off, collecting more waves, and this gold lead is really, really getting tight. And we talked about the compositional differences. Like for the side of Blacklist, it becomes so increasingly difficult to start fighting around terrain now that PBN isn't necessarily going to get one-shots. There's so many other targets you have to draw your attention to with the Gangplank, with the Gwen. You don't have the ability to focus everything onto the Kiana. And now, Kale level 16, is this enough to turn the tides? Maybe for a team fight. But Mabud is just so far ahead, I don't think it makes a difference in the 1v1.
Definitely not. Close to finishing off that death cap as well. So Tentakai will certainly be feeling strong. We'll see how his performance in the next team fight stacks up. currently in the top lane. The next look is around this dragon. He's not going to be here for this. So Blacklist starting up the objective. This is going to be their soul. But Wichita want to trade it for the Baron. They're teleporting to try to catch Tentakai.
Interesting teleport, but now this is it. This is it, Trevor.
Baron fight. Potentially game deciding. Ash will take a lot of damage. Bucks goes and he's into the back line. Supreme catches Steve Fox and he is gone. Look at Swamped. He has all the ultimates on him. He goes golden, but it's not enough. It's now him against the world. But all you really need is my bud. He's enough to take down the carries. Swamped just cannot do anything but run here, and it's 4 members strong. They've got a wave and they've got a mid lane to take down.
Yes, we see Swap trying to cut off the wave behind them, but because it is a cannon minion, they should have more than enough health on that tank minion to be able to try and take at least a Nexus Tower. I don't know if they can go for more, and it does look like that they're going to try and rotate back over to Baron. So it does look like we might just see an Elder fight.
If Swapped goes down here, it is almost a guaranteed Baron going over. He has stayed around this entire time. It is just kind of leading them on a wild goose chase. So on one hand, if he dies, it's disastrous. But on the other hand, he's wasting a lot of time and pulling members away from Baron. He gets 1 kill, but it's just support. Nightstar, mid laner for support right before Baron. What are your thoughts?
I mean, PJ, he's going to come up with like 5-6 seconds extra because of the fact there's a level difference. So he's going to be able to rotate over just a little bit faster. But
Bluxy, though.
Or did Bluxy find them?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot. It's a Gwen. Goes in.
What is that heal?
And back up to full HP. Just that easy. Cannon Barrage comes out, and Blacklist do disengage. So those are some pretty important tools. Gwen ult, Gangplank ult, and Ezreal ult. But now the Baron is started up, and Swap still isn't here.
Watch Kiana ult here.
They can't contest, not without their ADC. They're going to try for the fight afterwards still. The Cannon Barrage is
just running. Wait!
Now is dying. His health bar is falling, and he's shut down. Steve Fox picks up credit. Looking for a little bit more. Bluxy doesn't get tagged by that CC. Suprema displays so much, but Steve Fox flashes away from the killing blow. They're just gonna trade out Ashel. They find 2 members in return. 38 seconds on Mabud, 27 on Grim.
And that's just massive takeaways there. It looked very clear from the side of Wichita that they just weren't interested in the fight afterwards, even though they still had the Kiana ult available. I was really confused why they didn't go for the turn, because again, like, if you land that Kiana ult, it doesn't matter what other tools you don't have because of how much damage that one ult will do. However, they end up resetting there. They lose 2 on the back end. At the very least, they are able to trade 1. But Trevor, we're going into this last fight, and it is going to be an Elder Dragon fight. I don't imagine the side of Wichita Wolves being able to end it in the next 2 minutes. It could still certainly happen, but I think it's coming down to the Elder.
It's crazy how we've ended up full circle here at the end of the game in kind of the position that we expected, right? You know, the scaling is just starting to retake over, but the way that we got here with the hyperscaling team being the one drastically ahead for the first 15 minutes and then getting rolled over in the mid game, but then somehow stalling it out again all the way back here. It's been a roller coaster here in game number 2, and we're not finished. The ride still has 1 more loop-de-loop to go.
Bluxy hiding.
They don't see Bluxy.
Okay.
So only for a little bit of damage. I mean, the cooldown is ridiculously short.
Set up.
She knows.
Okay. All right. No fun here.
He's got good instincts. He knows that Bush is a little too quiet.
They want the fight though.
They want the engage. Teleport answered. Swabs jumping in. They're looking for Grim. Grim is dead. Bluxy goes in. Bluxy gets knocked away. Bluxy goes golden. Talent comes through. And PBN tries to do his best, but Swabs is too big. PJR will be the final casualty. It's an ace. Almost a clean one. A double kill for Swabs.
They don't have the waves in order though, so they're actually not going to be able to end the game. I really don't think they're able to end the game. Yes, they have Senna and Tristana, 2 champs that do melt turrets pretty quickly at this stage in the game, but because of where all these waves are positioned, we're still going to see one more fight, Trevor.
Oh my word. It's still not over, Night Star. After all that, and you know what the craziest thing is? I feel like this game is just defied logic to the point that whatever team should win the team fight on paper is just getting blasted. We have seen the craziest amount of like standout solo plays in this game from PBN, from Swaps, from Shelfelf, Tentakai. Everybody's taking their turn, just getting triple, quadra kills and solo carrying fights on both sides.
Yeah, and now, I mean, it should go.
That's not the Bush you want to check.
I was going to say, before Ashel went and did that, they should have ownership of the next
he's alive.
Fight. But, yeah, that gets a little bit, again, more dicey. The fact that they lost their only frontline-ish champion, again, Tom Kench, not built necessarily to just be frontline, especially when he wants to use the Devour on a teammate, but in this case, he is just the only tool that they have to sit in front of a lot of these ranged champions, so that might just be Elder Dragon just gone to waste, and we're gonna see this game go to another Elder Dragon?
However, this does benefit the side of Blacklist X, because remember, even when the items are full, they are still stacking. Senna currently on 144 souls. That is ludicrous. Kindred on 13 stacks right now. So
also,
the scaling coming through.
Yeah, so that's just a lot of sheer power coming in from just the stacks themselves, because it's 4 and then it's 3, right? So the initial upgrade takes 4, but every subsequent one only takes 3. And Ashel,
He's a Tom Kench. She can take a couple of those barrels. They still have a little bit of the Elder Dragon ticking over.
Yep.
Especially, has to be away. Shelfelt to follow.
Still alive. Wait.
Some time under the tower. Can they time it correctly? Bluxy is golden. True shot barrage does strike, but it's jungler for jungler. Inhib tower goes down. It's still 4 strong. You got to think with Bluxy gone, that's such a crucial part of the team fight. No cannon barrage, no jungler. Stuck under tower against an Elder Dragon, and it's the cleanup coming through. Blacklist X, they've got their sights set on the Nexus, but they can't end it just quite yet. PBN goes in. He's going to go into the GA. Lots of GAs coming through. Steve Fox in a 1v1. He gets the kill.
No way.
Beats the assassin. And now he's 1v2. And he's going to run. The game goes on.
Well,
Nightstar, did we lose you?
I can't believe
Nightstar machine broken.
That fight, like when it's all said and done, again, this is into an Elder Dragon buffed team. Yes, they lost Elder onto the Tom Kench, but the Tom Kench isn't the one doing the damage. No one truly cares. At least I don't care. Like, your Elders are still on all your extremely powerful carries. Yes, the Kale doesn't have an insane score line, but she's got full build, or she's got a lot of items, and more importantly, she's past level 16, so she does insane amounts of damage, and yet somehow they come out even on that trade and allow one more fight to occur.
How many more fights is one more fight going to be, though? Because I feel like we've been saying it for a while at this point.
I keep saying, like, the next fight is just going to end the game, and yet it hasn't ended the game.
Don't worry, guys. The next Baron, the next Elder Dragon, at this point, Ryan's just going to introduce, like, another mechanic. Like, we're just going to get the Nexus Blitz game mode.
Yeah, the Nexus just get up and walk.
Start fighting each other. All right, you've had enough fun on Summoner's Rift. It's somebody else's turn.
Yeah.
There is still a standing gold, though, to pick up. Not that it's going to do them much good. Almost everybody is basically a full build. One more team fight. No. They're looking for a swapped into top. Gets the invulnerability. They've lost Steve Fox. Frame display of talent on the side. Huge barrel from the Bud. Bluxy goes golden and gets out alive. They've taken down the Tristana, but they still have Kale and Kindred to get through. They keep it going, Nightstar, for just a little bit longer. They'll lose their inhib. 3 inhibs is really big.
They have Kindred ultimate. Honestly, they could just run onto the Nexus, throw down the Kindred ult, and try and finish it because of how strong this Kale is. However, they are going to back off because of the triple inhibs. It becomes incredibly difficult for the side of Wichita Wolves to leave their base, and with Elder Buff coming up in 41 seconds, you almost want to say that the side of Blacklist Gaming have done enough to win this game.
You almost want to say there will be one more fight.
We're going to hit 60 minutes, and I'm just going to still say that.
We're only in game 2, everybody. This is a certified banger of a series. As death brushes being set up outside Baron. And, I mean, like you said, super minions pouring into every wave. There is almost no way for Wichita Wolves to even leave their base, successfully. If they do, this is why Astral and Tentakai are sitting off to the side right now. As soon as they see somebody go to that Elder, try to contest it, they ult in and end the game. Smartly, though, Wichita Wolves don't take the bait, and they're just going to try to survive one more fight against a Baroned up, Eldered up, 42-minute, 150 stacks Senna. So many stack Kindred. Like, I don't think you can build a stronger League of Legends team, Nightstar. This might be the most damage you can have in League of Legends.
Yeah, the fight against Cyberblind!
BBN finds a kill! Wait! Slow as well. They might actually have a good look on this. Bluxy, he's dashing forward. He pops the GA coming from Shelf. They have a good start to this fight, but it's still the Elder Dragon. It's still the Cloud Soul. It's still the Baron buff. One more fight. No. Tentakai, he's positioned awfully aggressively. They just want to reset these inhibs at this point.
Yeah, they're just making sure that they secure all the inhibs once more.
Tentakai, he now has to blow his ultimate as Bluxy comes in. Bluxy gets close to that execution threshold, but does not fall below. All 3 inhibs now re-broken.
GP has ult again.
And he does.
PBN ult
still respawning. Cannon barrage coming out to clear the wave. Here comes the engage. Bluxy dives forward onto Shelf Elf.
Oh my god.
Oh my
god!
It doesn't matter how many buffs you have. Wichita Wolves will find you and they'll kill you. Shelf Elf gone for 50 seconds. And we will see one more fight. Oh, man. When will it end? Let me out!
Oh, no. I still... See, here's the thing. I still don't get why they haven't just run at the Nexus, thrown down the Kindred ultimate and just try and finish it off that way. They had an opportunity before. I believe PBN did not have his ultimate, so they had no way of knocking him out. That case was a little bit more understandable in this last setup, because again, like, PBN has just been instrumental at keeping themselves in this game, being able to immediately delete someone right off the bat and stay alive, more importantly, because that maintains the assassin threat on the rest of these very, very squishy targets.
Yeah, and again, there's no peel, there's no disengage, there's no front line to absorb that Kiana or that Gwen. Anybody that goes in is going to find, meaningful damage. And I want to shout out Bluxy for blowing a lot of cooldowns in this space. I feel like every time we see a Nexus push, Blacklist are always doing it without a very key ultimate, like the Kindred or like the Kale or even like the Senna. And it does feel like every time they get close to the base, Bluxy or Kiana dives in and makes them blow something. And it's that just one thing, that one tool that they're missing that has allowed these fights to extend and has allowed this game to keep going on 46 minutes in. So frustrating for sure. But I gotta say, Blacklist, you did this to yourself in draft, honestly.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Now that the side of Wichita are just stuck in their base, you know what the nice thing about being stuck in base is? You don't need boots. On the flip side, the composition on the side of Blacklist, they can't afford to go full 6 items unless if they're really putting themselves at risk, because they don't have a front line to play around. They need the extra movement speed to get around these fights. And honestly, at this point in the game, the win condition is for Steve Fox to be able to auto the Nexus from outside the base.
Elf, he goes so low at the beginning of this.
Luxy's low.
He goes into the ultimate, though. He does not use it. He stays strong. And look,
they're just running at Nexus. This is it.
Finally, they end the game. Blacklist X. It took them 47 minutes and 10 seconds. It took them multiple Elders, multiple Barons. They did it. They finally did it. They're going to take a 2-0 lead on this series and take us to series point, Night Star. They've put us out of our misery.
I was saying, like, all you have to do is literally run at the Nexus. You have so many, like, moments of reprieve kind of tools with the Kale ult, with the Kindred ult. At some point, you just gotta at least try. I was surprised they didn't try earlier, because if that failed there, that could have just been like, all of a sudden they find the ace and then they just run down mid because death timers are just that long, and then they manage to end the game. But
we got into some pretty extreme states of League of Legends that, especially in Season 11, we don't get to see very much anymore. I mean, maybe Season 6, Season 7, that stuff's more commonplace, but not today. And it is going to be Blacklist now going into game number 3 with the series points. And man, if you're Wichita Wolves, I mean, this is tough. That was a very tough game just on your mental. I mean, keeping it on that edge, defending your base successfully in a game where you should not be for probably over 15, 20 minutes. I don't think they got to actually leave their base. Now they have to go into this game 3, find a way to hit that reset button. Their backs are against the wall. Now this has to be the best game that they've shown us all night. And it's 10:22 here on the East Coast. They've already been playing for 2.5 hours, Night Star. We're only going to game 3. They've got a long way to go if they want to turn this whole series around.
Yeah, and I mean, to put that game into context, like, there was so much farm happening that my bud, he had 26k gold.
Some of our games don't get the 26k gold total. That's insane.
Oh my god, that game went on for light years, man. But like, again, you talked about the mental states. Like, for Wichita Wolves, that has to be extremely exhausting. But also on the flip side, like I feel like it's less so for Wichita, that game being really stressful because of how far they were able to push the game from that large of a deficit. Now, they're still going to be feeling the stress of being down 0-2, and that's definitely a big stress, right? Like, you're one game away from getting eliminated. But at the same time, like, if you are the side of Blacklist and you just continue to throw haymaker after haymaker, but you cannot find that finishing blow on the Nexus, that almost feels like more mentally exhausting.
Well, our brains are fried. I'm sure the players are too. So let's toss it over to a break and get right into game number 3. We'll see you guys on the other side. Thanks for sticking with us. Do it a little bit longer. We'll make sure that it's worth your time. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a long night already, but we're only at game number 3 here. Upsurge Contender League's Grand Finals. Blacklist X taking on Wichita Wolves Red. Nightstar, you good? You take a breather, you get some snacks, you get some water, some refreshments. Are you ready for game number 3?
Oh, we're back? Oh, sorry.
Not done yet. I know it's 10:30 already, but
My brain already checked out. That was like a 3-hour game.
You should check it back in now, because we're still going. I mean, and this series, oh man, I don't know how to feel about that last one. Game 1 was awesome. The first half of game 2 was awesome. I'm hoping game 3 is going to be awesome. Maybe we'll see a little less Gwen. That would be nice. But we are going to have same sides here. We'll get the draft up as soon as we can. Waste as little as time possible. What are some changes that you would like to see coming into game number 3?
So I think the issue in games 1 and 2 still remained the same. Bluxy got put behind and didn't get to play his champ early on. The Xin never got to gank early on to really influence the map. The Gwen didn't get enough farm and levels under her where she became overly oppressive. She still hit some of those marks in some of these fights, right? But just imagine if she had another 2 levels, or if she had an extra item. Like, a lot of those mid-game fights would have looked a lot different. That just really has to change some way, somehow. Maybe he still gets the Gwen. That would be great if he's able to get that for himself. But they need a way to get PBN to get involved with his jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've almost seen the 2v2 duo be absent, and we've called for it both games now. In the first game with the Ryze Xin Zhao combo, especially in the second game when PBN was on that Kiana. I mean, we came into that game saying 15 minutes, it's over. They're probably going to be 10k gold ahead. The game's going to be done. But Swapped got a completely free laning phase where he actually, I believe, went up like 20 CS just in isolation before even going down to that bottom lane and picking up a double kill. Yep. And it has felt like there has been next to no pressure from Bluxy in either of these games, which, I mean, I guess on Gwen is fine. She has a pretty good clear, but on Xin Zhao is, pretty egregious.
Yep, I would agree. It was definitely egregious in game number 1. Game number 2, it was definitely problematic, right? The fact that they weren't able to get the Kiana roaming is extremely problematic, right? Because that's the whole purpose of this champion. I don't farm the lane. I just run around and kill the champions on the other sides of the map. However, that didn't happen. The bot lane naturally started falling behind as well. That didn't contribute at all to their success. And it was all on the back of this GP trying to 1v9 for, I would say, like the first 25 minutes.
They just could not get it done. Now into the first rounds of bans. The Gwen, Nocturne, Gangplank. Gangplank, the new one, throwing over some respect to Mabud, but by banning that, you do leave up the Lee Sin for the first time this series, and it's going to be insta-locked here for Mabud.
Yeah, I think the Lee Sin pick is still very, very strong. Did get dinged a little bit on that last patch, but we've gone from 6 jungler bans to now just 2. So, vast difference. And Bluxy can still play this Lee Sin in the jungle role as well. So, a lot of options available for this opening start to the draft, as Udyr will get quickly responded with coming in from Shelf Elf.
Yeah, Udyr is also the first time we've seen him let through this game. Wichita Wolves have banded away games 1 and 2, so a lot of power picks starting to come in here. We should mean we have an interesting game. Udyr honestly has been one of my still favorite junglers on the patch. I think he has a lot of options to punish some of the AP junglers that we still see on the table. The Rumbles, the Morganas. He still has a very good clear. Still great in team fights. Love watching him run around slapping people. Nautilus going to be the answer to pick up. I think probably preventing the Kaisa Nautilus from just being the immediate answer. We see a Jinx hover here.
Okay. Instantly responded with the Braum. I like the Braum pick because it offers disengage, and it also just does really well into melee supports. Now, this Nautilus pick, honestly, if we didn't see the Udyr, you could very well see the Nautilus go into the jungle, because Nautilus did get some jungle buffs on this current patch. But I won't dive too much into that, because I highly doubt we see solo lane Udyr in order to compensate for Nautilus jungle.
That'd be a strange one, especially if you're going to be picking it up early on. But it's going to be the Jinx paired in alongside that Braum. Going to give Wichita Wolves some great team fighting tools. With the Vayne locked in, pretty good laning phase too. Vayne, not the pick that I thought was going to come out alongside that Nautilus, but it looks like a Blacklist. They want to make sure that they have that hyper late game insurance, because Lord knows they like to take games that long.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. I'm looking at this early Vayne pick, and it feels very early, and that leads me to think that they want to swap it into mid lane. They're going to, I would say, allow the Galio to come through and use that as a big bait pick for Wichita to try and bite onto. And if they do that, Vayne into Galio is just an absolute dumpster fire for the Galio.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen the mid lane go very well for swapped. He played the Tristana last game, so we know that he's comfortable with the marksman style. Of course, Vayne is a little bit of a different beast compared to Tristana. You have significantly less range, significantly less safety as well, so can be punished pretty heavily. However, again, Bluxy and PBN don't feel like they've been quite on the same page. So if they do flex the Vayne into the mid lane, this could be a good series to just kind of try to get by the laning phase unscathed. Swapped has been pretty good at it so far. Now looking to the second rounds of bans, they ban away the Malphite and the Yasuo. Yone going to be the return ban. See what the final one is here for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, and here for Blacklist, I'm looking at R4. I want them to just hover Galio to really try and bait them into it. I think if they,
warfare.
Yeah, if you hover Galio, remind them that this pick exists. Oh no, okay.
They're just going to lock into the Orianna, so we will see an ADC Vayne, unless it gets flexed up in the top.
Bot lane Orianna.
A possibility. Nightstar, stop. It's too late for that.
Bot
Don't
lane
do it like that,
Orianna.
okay. I mean, I've seen it before. I'm not gonna say I haven't seen it, but please no.
That's
please.
like
No
honestly,
sanity.
it's
If
the
nothing else for my sanity.
it's the perfect lead-in to bait out the Galio, but they don't bite it. They instead go for the Syndra, and well, Syndra or Vayne into Syndra, definitely not the same lane as Vayne into Galio.
What is this last pick gonna be? Could be a top laner, could be a jungler. We see the Lee Sin flex a little bit between the two. And it looks like Lee Sin will be going top. Now, Nightstar, the top lane was kind of the last position for that Vayne to maybe flex. I think she wants to go into a Lee Sin. So if all things work out the way we should see them, this will be a top lane counter pick for Tentakai. Now, has been one of the star players of the team and can be relied on when things are at their most dire. I like this. The set is just in such a strong position right now in the current meta, and especially into Lee Sin feels pretty nice.
Yep, set going into that top lane. If I'm looking for that final curveball from the side of Wichita Wolves, I'm throwing this Lee Sin into the jungle and taking that Kindred top lane.
You've been talking too much to Will.
I'm just saying, I believe in a lot of Will's analysis. Like, want that Kindred? Yeah, Kindred definitely can go into these solo lanes, has that extra mobility as well to kite out the set here. I honestly don't think it's going to happen, just because Lee Sin still doesn't necessarily have a bad time into set, but just food for thought.
Very standard composition coming out from Blacklist here. It's something that we've seen a million times in some variation. The Orianna mid, the late game marksman bot, the fighter top laner, the engaged jungle support. Things are a little bit spicier, I guess, on the side of Wichita Wolves. They do have that Lee Sin top side, which will be a bit of a point of contention to keep our eyes on, see how that lane ends up. We will hope that the Lee Sin gets a bit of a lead. If not, he can fall off pretty quickly into the mid game. But I think there's a lot of really great tools for Wichita. They've got good disengage. They've got a couple ways to keep the Jinx and the Syndra alive through the Braum and the Kindred. So again, I think we're going to come down to an execution game. And while both squads have a lot of really good tools, you have to use them correctly too. A tool is only a tool, and especially here in the Upsurge Contenders League, we see as many games decided by individual mistakes and missteps than we do from well put together compositions.
Yeah. However, this comp does look fairly solid coming in from Wichita Wolves, having a very robust backline with some decent disengage with the Syndra stun. The Chompers also going to probably put in some solid work here. You've got the Lee Sin kick. You also have the Braum ult. So some viable tools there, but on the flip side, you still gotta like what the side of Blacklist are bringing to the table. They have more than enough engage to force their way through this disengage. Set ult, Orianna ult to combo with the Set or Udyr, the Nautilus hook, and I think it really just comes down to how good is swapped on this control mage, because it's a different look from him. And if he lands these shockwaves on 3 members or more in these fights, I think this is just series over.
Yeah, it can be incredibly dangerous, especially around these Barons and Dragons, which have been so deadly to both of these teams. Anytime somebody walks into a pit, it feels like they die. You know, if there's a team fight tool to be landed inside of the jungle, it will hit as many members as possible. So we'll have to keep an eye on the Orianna. Things like even the Syndra, the Scatter the Weak, or the Kindred Lamb's Respite can be super impactful in these jungles. But game number 3 should be a doozy for sure. Wichita Wolves back against the walls here. They're down 0-2, and this was arguably, at least in I think our minds, Nightstar, I believe you agreed with me on this, that this was our strongest team coming in. You know, maybe by just a bit, and maybe we had some recency bias, but I certainly wasn't expecting Blacklist to, you know, start to close this one out. I want to say fast in terms of game score, but not in terms of game time. Let me be clear. But to get to this point where they're at the series point, even though they've been in some really rough patches, they've always come through in the end.
Yeah, and this is the final test. It would be a real shame for the side of Wichita Wolves to kind of trip at the end here, but I mean, it's still a long road ahead of them. Even if they are able to take this game, they need the full 3-game comeback in order to take the title. And for the flip
you know
side,
what I always say, Nightstar, you can't reverse sweep without starting 0-2.
it was all planned.
Wichita Wolves Red are in it for the story. They're in it for the memes. They're in it for the extra clout to be able to say that they reverse swept on Twitter. We're going to toss it over to a break. We'll see if we get that reverse sweep, or we'll see if Blacklist X sends us home early-ish, I guess, in relativity. We'll see you guys on the other side. One more game, and that's a Nightstar promise if I've ever heard one. We're back on a Summoner's Rift for game number 3. It feels like we're on 6, 7, or 8 at this point, but it's only the 3rd one. That's how great this series has been. Certified banger. But now it's to return back to some comfort. I see a lot of kind of some more standard compositions, and I think the play probably should match. PBN, although, walks up and has to burn his flash level 1.
That's not a certified banger there. PBN in a lot of trouble because on the other side, you've got Nautilus, you've got Set, you've got Udyr to deal with. Before that 5-minute timer comes up for your flash, you better be Warden, buddy.
Better be Warden or better be talking up your jungler in Twitch chat saying, "Hey, buddy, pal, friend, would you like to just camp my lane for the next 5 minutes?" They're gonna go for the level 1 invade though on the blue buff. Really good level 1 with the Braum and the Jinx, getting those stuns off. They do force Flashel to flash away, Ashel to flash away, and they get the smite as well. But the pullback onto Bluxy. Can they get any kills afterwards? PJR gets low. It's level 2 only for the Kindred, and she's looking to go in. Concussive blows does land, but nobody finds a stun. Health bars traded all. Guys, the minions are in the lane. Guys, Swamp flashes forward. He knows the Syndra has no flash. An auto attack plus a command attack would do it. Can Swamp get close enough? Bluxy's level 2. Swamped. He gets the first blood. He does not get out though. Bluxy is able to trade it away. Neither mid laner is going to get any of the first wave. They both have teleport, so they will get back. But absolute pandemonium in the very first level, Nightstar.
All right. Well, let's just break down what we can kind of try and understand here. Well, first off, we got to see the late invade coming in. I think that was a good move because why? It slows down to Udyr, and the fear is if this Udyr gets to have his normal jungle pathing, immediately he's going to be looking at level 3 ganking your flashless mid. So you have to try and slow things down, find a way to get in impact. And okay, in this bot lane, we see a big trade come out from this Vayne.
Grim and that
pays off.
Now in trouble,
but
we'll get back to your point in just a second, Nightstar. Flashes away.
Flash?
That's gonna be safety.
Okay.
But flash down does make him a little bit more vulnerable now, and Kindred wins the coin flip. She gets her first stack on Scuttle.
There we go.
Oh, never mind. They're teleporting in to try to take her off of it.
Oh.
PBN is low on mana. And Tentakai, I mean, he was TPing back anyway. Might as well deny the Scuttle.
Yeah, there's a lot of attention thrown. There could just be another fight even after the Scuttle Crab gets taken. Or a fight for the next one.
Steve Fox and Ashel just picked up the bottom Scuttle at the same time. They're not even going to give it over to Shelfelf. So, I mean, you can see the willingness from Blacklist to pull that trigger and make sure that Bluxy does not get off to that first stack quickly.
Yep. And, I mean, I'd say a lot of the early game does just easily revolve around Shelfelf. He does a really good job applying pressure, also does a good job trying to shut down the opposing jungler. And here in this series, Bluxy's just been really, really quiet. We get to see a really good level 1 invade this time around, but it's not going to be enough as Shelfelf, he's got all the plans figured out.
2v2 in the bottom lane. Ashel gets stunned up with the concussive blows onto the Flame Chompers. And there comes the kill. Steve Fox wants to trade it back. And Shelfelf is on the way. They're looking for Grim. Has flash.
Up.
No heal. And we see Bluxy on the way. In the tri-bush now. He's going to walk over a ward. It's going to be the disengage.
Big
1-for-1 trade. Supports traded. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too nuts there, but really good defense coming in from Bluxy, making sure that his AD carry is able to get all that farm without having it totally reset. And
yeah,
now
and
things...
it is Steve Fox with a bit of a CS advantage too, probably thanks to the early shenanigans. All the summoner spells that were blown meant that he and Ashel got to be a bit more aggressive despite getting pushed in, farmed under tower fairly well. In any lane with any Vayne lane that you can get out at even, you feel pretty good.
Watch the Udyr. Udyr.
He's looking to wrap around Mabud. Does not have level 6 yet, but he's looking to go in for a kill. There's nothing you can do now. Shelf Elf will run you down. He's got the bear stance. He even flashes forward to make sure that he can get the stun off before the ward hop comes back off cooldown. And Shelf Elf picks up the kill.
Yeah, making sure to flash before Lee Sin is able to get close to one of those walls to be able to flash over himself. And well executed gank there coming in from Shelf Elf. And a great start for him. Already has tier 2 boots, looking to just try and run people down. And on the flip side, Wichita Wolves still trying to figure out how they want to go about this early game, because they don't necessarily have a lot of early game driven champions, whether it's through priority or kill threat.
Mm-hmm. I definitely don't. They are waiting for a little bit more. The one lane that, again, we were looking at to try to get some of that early pressure was the top lane. Hasn't been going so well. Mabud down about 10 CS, has gone down once. Tentakai, not that far ahead of him, but again, the set into the Lee Sin, you're going to be fine going even. That Lee Sin will fall off if he does not start to get an advantage. And arguably, I'd say the set is going to be a lot more useful in fights later on, especially with the ability to displace targets out of the Lamb's Respite. So,
yep.
Team fights going to be looking pretty good here going into the mid game for the side of Blacklist. And they're going to be starting up this first dragon with bot lane Prio.
Securing this first dragon, of course, is going to be super nice for this Udyr. Just trying to force an early team fight as fast as possible. It is also going to be the Cloud, which feels really good for an Orianna, and even the set. You're able to just kind of ult on cooldown in lane to try and get more damage down, force your opponent out of lane. And I mean, now we're looking at what's the next move here coming in from Wichita. They haven't necessarily been able to take care of the waves when it comes to this top side, but
kick back into PBN, throws out the ultimate, the 0-1-2 punch, and they find a kill on a Tentakai.
I think that was the 1-2 kick.
Do see Swapped roaming over. Okay, the Syndra is going to finish her recall. Just going to be Swapped picking up the farm here in the mid lane. Neither mid laner has their teleport quite back available. So there's no answer to that play. That's going to be pure profit there for Wichita Wolves Red.
And thank God they found a move that got them pure profit, because so far it's been a bit of a rough time. And now Mabud actually positioned behind Swapped. Swapped is in... He is...
No Dragon's Rage, so not a ton of kill threat, but he's staying here until Bluxy can join.
Here.
And now Swapped realizes that he's been had.
Uh-oh.
There's the shockwave, but Bluxy's already here and he will go down. Mark completed, and Bluxy, thank you very much. Mabud's patience pays off.
Patience pays off. He gets himself a stack for his jungler, and Bluxy also just gets a kill. And now, rotation PBN.
Now they get to contest this Scuttle Crab with no mid laner up for the side of Blacklist. There's going to be a bit of damage just traded back and forth. Lee Sin is here to make it a 3v2. Meanwhile, a bit of a scuffle on the bot lane. Teleport being channeled here from Swapped. Doesn't have the shockwave. Not quite sure. They're able to finish. What a hook! They have a lot of damage. Great hook from Ashel. Does find a kill. And let's make it a double for Steve Fox while we're at it.
A beautiful teleport coming in from Swap, even though he knows he doesn't have that ultimate available. What he does have is just
Shelf Elf.
Okay.
Flash over the wall from Bluxy to try to chase him down. Shelf gives him the stun and then tries to run. But just no fun today. He will get taken down. Bluxy and PBN will get to claim their prize of the Rift Herald, albeit a little delayed.
A little bit delayed, but they are able to get a kill off the back end of it. So a nice move, and both of these teams trading blow for blow to start off this game number 3. as it does look like we are into a bit of a pause, as or at least my game kind of just.
Same on this end. We've not seen the pause. Just
Oh.
resumed. All right.
Okay.
False alarm. I think that was just a weird little bug, probably. No pause actually got shown, but the screen just froze. Doesn't matter. It's been the past, Nightstar. We're moving on.
Well-
It's taking. Well,
Well, technically, we are watching 3 minutes in the past, though.
I suppose. Live for us, though, and for the viewers. You know, a smart man once said, Nightstar, that time was relative. And PJR is running out of it. He will be going down. And they throw the depth charge onto Grim. Good flame chompers to buy himself some space. And it will buy him back his life. However, PJR is not so lucky. 1 kill traded, not much of an answer. The rest of Wichita Wolves are on reset.
Yeah, and PJR hasn't had the best game this series as well, or he hasn't had the best series to date. He hasn't been able to, again, connect up with Bluxy or make those early roams on some of these picks that you would expect to have a little bit more roam potential, like a Braum with his early 4 passive proc, or like the Thresh that has, of course, the hook and a lantern capabilities to move your jungle around. But now it looks like they're going to try and force pressure onto this turret, being able to throw down the Rift Herald, get a couple extra plates, and PJ really operating as the bouncer, making sure this Nautilus does not get his way in.
Ink's very skilled at taking down these turrets. She's able to just delete those first 2.5 plates, and that's first brick coming through 12 minutes in. Now, it is shared across 3 members, so there's not exactly a huge influx of gold. But you're going to take that nonetheless. And you need it right now because Steve Fox is 3-0-1 on this vein. And they might be looking to potentially collapse. Mabud is walking down to this plate. Teleport channel from both sides. PJ is a target for now, though. Steve Fox,
that's a whip.
Like Steve wants him. Landers Spike gonna keep him alive just a little bit longer. He flashes away to safety. Tentakai trying to join, kept away by Mabud. The Kindred has gone down, but traded for the other jungle. Now a 4v4. Scatter the weekend landed to Tentakai. And things go for the moment. Lee Sin lands the Q, but it can't finish off the kill. Swaps walks away alive. And here comes the re-engage. Nautilus going in. Steve Fox picking up the kills. Scatter the week just isn't enough. And at the end of it all, it's Blacklist standing tall with 4 members headed over to that dragon.
Yeah, but do they have enough HP, really? Because look at the mana onto this Nautilus. He doesn't have a lot of mana. I don't even know if he has mana for hook, so there could be a challenge, but they opt not to. PBN decides that he doesn't have enough resources to contest, and they will concede that second dragon. It is going to be Ocean Soul up on the table. And, I mean, for the side of Wichita, they have to challenge this next dragon.
Yeah, and in that last fight, Bluxy, man, I am not sure if that Glam's Respite was a blessing or curse for the side of Wichita Wolves. Yes, it saved him, and it probably saved a couple members of his team, but most crucially, it saved Steve Fox really hard. He was able to chill inside that Lamb's Respite on 1 HP, and then right as it finished off, he grabbed that heal and he flashed out to safety. Eventually, life sealed back up and rejoined the fight, which, you know, probably swung the whole thing. That was a fight of absolute centimeters, Nightstar, but Blacklist do come out on top. And although they may only have a 500 gold lead, they've stacked up 2 dragons for themselves. And are feeling comfortable going into the mid game with arguably the better scaling team. And
Yeah,
we know how they love to scale.
They're gonna go.
Tentakai, showstopper. Can he get the haymaker off?
no.
He does, and the fadeaway kill comes through. But Bud's gonna deny the 2 from going over, but he does trade his life in the end. 1 for 1, 1 for 2 rather. And now we're looking mid. Ashel not landing the hook.
No hook landed there. And before we got into that last one, as Shelf Elf setting up for a dive, maybe I don't get a chance to break down what happened right before, but
There's just one more fight till you get your analysis, Nightstar.
There we go.
There's Ashel taking up tower aggro. They're looking for PJ or first. The Braum goes down. Ashel has dropped aggro just in time, but Shelfeld, he's behind enemy lines, and Jinx is going to take him down. Big shutdown for Grim. That's important going into this mid game. You want to get as much gold out of this Jinx as humanly possible.
Yeah, and I mean, before we got into all those shenanigans, I was going to break down, hey, the gold difference is Bluxy has a 900 gold lead onto Shelf Elf, and on the flip side, we have Steve Fox with 1,000 gold difference in the AD carry, but...
Hits the shockwave, my buddy gets the resonating strike. Does not have the Dragon's Rage, and that means just no kill threat.
Yep. So my bud unable to finish off that kill. Going into this next fight, which will be coming up in 2 minutes. This pretty much has to be the contest coming in from the side of Wichita Wolves, as they are down 0-2 dragons in this game. The gold gap has closed in just a little bit because, again, like, they were able to find the shutdown onto the Udyr, but also more importantly, Grim able to cash in onto that call. That closes a large chunk of that gold difference in the AD carrier role. It really makes this next fight extremely tight.
Yep. However, that being said, it is still a 400 gold lead for Steve Fox, so slight advantage despite that cashing in. And a minute 20 till that next dragon. Right now, the Rift Herald is the play. I really like the timer that Blacklist is picking up this Herald, because it's going to allow them to hopefully use a transition to that Drake. Ashel, though, gets caught out in the mid lane. Lots of damage coming through. Syndra not able to get the ultimate off. Grim gonna look for the rocket. He does find it. And that's a good pick. 1 minute before the dragon. Ashel will be back up, though.
Yeah, and this play with this Rift Herald has to now pay off for the side of Blacklist Gaming, because look at how much vision they invested into that play. And while they were able to get the Herald, because of the fact that they lost Ashel, they now don't have that extra positioning to move and get first dibs into this bottom side. And now the task
this is such a
little bit
tough
harder.
team to actually play into for the Dragons. If you don't have the control of the objective, you've got Flame Chomper, Scatter the Weak, the Lamb's Respite,
And Braum.
If I'm and Braum, just a champion in general, really tough to play into and choke points. Here comes the Herald, though. I wouldn't blame Blacklist for giving this one up, to be honest. Just trading for mid lane tower damage. They do find a hook onto Mabud, though. Scatter the Weak and the shockwave. Lamb's Respite comes out very early. Ashel is stay alive thanks to it. But for how much
That's a reset.
Flash forward, Grim is able to get the reset, and now he's running forward fast as he can. PJ is traded back. Tenkai lives barely, but not until the death rocket comes through. Double kill for Grim. Can he make it a triple? No, he doesn't want to walk that far forward. 2 kills down, the top and the support, but it's traded. It is a 3v3 now, and both junglers are alive.
Both teams don't have any ult resources to invest into this fight, though, so it's just going to be based on raw health or mana, and they will be able to secure the dragon. However, I mean, for the side of Blacklist, you talked about, hey, the whole point of this is we can give away that dragon because we do have Rift Herald. We can plop it down mid
turret here.
No, they were able to get decent damage like that. Okay.
Well, they might have stayed a little bit too long.
Oh no, Bluxy controlled himself.
Unless, no, they've stayed as long as they like. This is their jungle now. They don't got a curfew. My jungle, my rules. They're able to find a kill. They get that second tower. And now with Bluxy down, Baron becomes a possibility. We see some pings onto it. It's still risky, though.
Yeah, this
Swaps has
risky,
TP, Tentakai. Swapped is teleporting in here, but right into the face of 3 members. He's not going to get punished for that one. Tentakai going to teleport in as well. He is going to get a little worse for wear as Jinx is throwing him down. And now Grim has a reset. He's unstoppable. Death charge onto the back line is going to force Grim away. Baron's half HP, but it's been whittling away at these health bars for a while. It's the disengage. Baron is called off.
Yeah, they end up having to walk away, and now for the side of Wichita, they're going to have the option of starting it out themselves, which they will do. Shockwave
No
up available.
No blast cone. Again, we have Scatter the Weak. We've got Lee Sin Kick.
Watch for the Shockwave, though. Oh,
Big
that's
cool
Shockwave stunned.
On swap!
No Shockwave!
Go down swap before the Shockwave can come through. Now this fight should be easy cleanup. Scatter the Weak, gonna buy a little bit of time. We'll see if it pays off. It does, and so big. It's 3 quick kills, and we'll turn that into a Baron all day long.
What a pick coming in from PBN. He's able to land the stun onto the most important player in that fight, and that is Swapped. He has the game-changing Orianna ultimate Shockwave available, but he never gets to press that R key as he just gets deleted off the map the instant the stun comes through. My bud is on his face, and he just removes him from the game. That secures him that Baron, and this game is in firm control, I want to say, for the side of Wichita, but we've seen stranger things, Trevor.
We certainly have, although so far, I gotta say, this Wichita Wolves feel like they came to play. I don't know what sort of pep talk they went through between games number 2 and 3. Maybe they had an extra bowl of Wheaties, some mid-series snack, but they showed up to play. 7-2-4 for Grim. The biggest highlight, this Jinx is just absolutely crushing right now. And like, yes, Steve Fox is also incredibly fed, but you're going to favor the Jinx in this mid game on the 2-item spike. It's not till we start getting to the 3-4 item that Vayne can start to take over. And even then, it's harder, right? Because Steve Fox is so much shorter range, so much more vulnerable to things like the Syndra, the Lee Sin. The Jinx has this degree of freedom that, you know, I'm not really sure how they're going to get onto her.
Yeah, that's a little bit problematic at this point, because once ahead, that Braum just looks all the more intimidating, right? Because you have to try and get around this champion to actually get access into the backline. The Kindred ult is that much more frustrating to play around. The Lee Sin ult, even more so, because you're desperate for a play at this point. The set really wants to do set things, but if you know that there's a Lee Sin on the other side, do you ever get the opportunity to do so? Theoretically, no.
Earned up wave into the bottom lane right now. Inhibitor tower is under siege. It is a 4,000 gold lead for Wichita Wolves red. 24 minutes in, and there's a lot of standing gold for them to pick up. Flash forward from Tentakai, but a great scout of the week is going to push him away. That's a pretty important engaged tool. Now missing for the side of Blacklist X.
Yeah, now they can play a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more greedy for some of this harass, because you know there's no flash stride breaker, face breaker, ultimate combination.
Inhibitor right now.
1v9?
Nobody's going to stop Grim from taking this. This is an inhib going down at 24 minutes.
They can give this dragon.
This dragon fight right now. Shockwave going to find 2.
Oh, damn it.
They did find PBN. Looking from a Bud right now. Bluxy going to hit with the depth charge. Here comes Grim. Grim is now in the fight, and the team isn't very worse for wear. That Shockwave didn't do much. Shelf though, still walking forward. They're looking, they flash into the back line. They're looking for Bluxy. They found the Syndra. Bluxy's on a killing spree. Jinx though is untouched, and now Grim is excited. There's nothing left to do. Swapped is out of mana. And
that's it. That's it.
Out of HP. This might just be the game. 25 seconds left on anyone, and Grim's already taken the inhibitor. The groundwork has been laid. And Wichita Wolves, you do not beat this team 3 times in a row. They will take us to a game number 4.
And they'll be able to just delete these turrets, and what a difference in game number 1, 2, and 3, coming into this third game, backs against the wall, and a very contested early game. At 25 minutes, the game's just over. Like, such a stark contrast to the last game, where the game wouldn't end here. Like, the moment Wichita Wolves find that jugular, they just instantly go for it, and they rip the side of Blacklist to shreds.
Game number 1, we saw a Xin Zhao come through, and we discredited Bluxy for not being aggressive enough. Game 2, we saw the Kiana in the mid lane, and we discredited Bluxy for not being aggressive enough. Coming into game number 3, we saw flashes blown mid level 1. We saw the level 1 invade under the blue buff, stolen away into like another 3 kills. Like, the game just started 10 seconds in and just did not stop until the Nexus fell at 24 minutes. You're right. That was probably the farthest we could have seen possible from game number 2. And I'm left in shock, Nightstar.
Yeah, and I mean, you would think that with how back and forth the kill score looks, 21-18, this is set up for like another 33, 35, even 40-minute game, but that wasn't the case. We had 39 kills and it was just 26 minutes.
Well, we still have more games to go through. If Wichita Wolves Red want to finish the reverse sweep, they got 2 more coming for them. The draft or the side selection should be going over to the side of Blacklist X this time. We've seen the same sides 2 games in a row now, 1 win apiece. So there's a lot that could change in game number 4. We've been given a lot of information, and now it all comes down to this. We're going to toss it over a short break and get this game going. We'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a long night, but thank you for sticking around to watch this series. Game number 4 coming up. The Upsurge Contenders League Grand Finals between Blacklist X and Wichita Wolves Red Nightstar. It's been a hell of a series tonight. This Grand Finals has certainly delivered.
Yeah, it's definitely delivered here. We thought it might have been a quick night, given how game number 1 happened for the side of Blacklist, and after a very tough loss in game number 2, like it was kind of setting up for, hey, just a fast game 3 because we're so mentally exhausted, we're just done. But they were the ones on the side of Wichita Wolves Red to really strike back, and it was a really fast strike back because they were done by 26 minutes.
Yeah, Wichita Wolves felt so much more comfortable in game number 3 than they did in game number 1 and 2. Pluxy specifically, they're on that the Lee Sin pick, or sorry, the Kindred pick, just looked fantastic. It was kind of the first time that he was allowed to get up off the ground. I know in earlier games he wasn't able to get his first couple stacks, and although, you know, he did good at fishing up those stacks as the game went on, just game 3 was just a whole different story, kind of across the board. And I'm wondering what really happened. You know, what was the difference between games 1 and 2 into game 3? I mean, we saw some draft changes. I think most notably Mabud getting that Lee Sin. But, you know, just the team as a whole felt so different. And it makes me wonder which team we're going to get going into this game number 4. Is it going to be the one that's, you know, running into fights that they can't win every chance they get around objectives? Or is it going to be the calm and cohesive Wichita Wolves that we saw all season, that we've seen throughout playoffs, and that we saw in game number 3?
Yeah, and I think contributing factors into that game number 3 included the fact that we started off with a lot of chaos. That means whatever kind of early game plans some players can have as far as how they want to play their lane, all of a sudden gets changed around really, really fast, right? Because you're not accounting for this early game chaos, and sometimes when it happens, you just forget what you were planning to do as well. You know, a bit of kind of the squirrel mentality. But at the same time, another thing I want to point out was the fact that Swapped, he didn't get a champion that could really assert his dominance in the early game of when it came to the lane phase. So on the Oriana pick, trying to hit your marks, make sure you get those items to be impactful later. That never actually happened, and maybe it just has to go back to a more combative mid laner pick for him.
All right, well, into the draft. The ban's already completed.
No way.
On the table, it's locked in. Now, this is not a team that plays Gwen too often, and we have seen them ban out Gwen on the blue side every time that they've been there. So this might have almost been a bit of a bait, saying like, hey, we don't think you're actually going to play it, but it is going to be locked in first pick.
Yeah, so now the big question is, what do they answer back with? We've seen Akali have some success into the Gwen. PBN doesn't necessarily feel like an Akali player, but he has added the Kiana to his pool, so perhaps he's looking to take that if the Gwen goes into the mid lane. And if it's Gwen into the jungle, that becomes a little bit interesting, because the first 3 games, it felt like they were more than willing to make jungle plays to contest Bluxy, but I don't see the Gwen in the same vein.
Bar is going to be locked in here, a strong laning marksman, not something that we've really seen much out of Grim in game number 1. It was the Kaisa with the Morgana support. Games number 2, he was on the Senna. Game 3 on that Jinx, probably the, you know, best matchup that we saw him in, and he looked fantastic, just absolutely popped off in that last game. So I'm excited to see what he can do on a pick like the Varus that can really get some work done in the laning phase if he so chooses, if he gets the correct matchup. Xayah going to be the answer here with Jinx and Tristana off the table. we're starting to get into those fourth round picks that we don't get to see quite as much anymore. And that opens the possibility of the Lovers duo. And it's going to be snatched up here. Rakan, the lock-in.
Yeah, and Rakan's not a poor answer because naturally when you do see it as Zaya, you're looking to go ahead, snap up the Braum as a bit of a counter, mini counter of sorts. And the Rakan plays relatively well into the Braum because you don't have to full commit onto these engages. So Braum does end up coming through. They don't want to lose that pick later on in the draft into this next phase. And now they're going to be looking at something like mid jungle here for Decide of Wichita Wolves. And on the flip side, there's actually plenty of options still. They can go top, mid, or jungle with their picks.
Yeah, the Braum as well gives PJer a lot more agency as well, which we didn't see him have in the first two games that Wichita Wolves were not able to pick up a win in. And PJer has been a pretty important part of this squad. He's usually very active and roaming around with Bluxy and trying to help out PBN, trying to help out Mabud. So I do like the look on the Braum. From game number 3. I'm glad it's returning here, especially paired alongside the Varus and the set. That's again going to give some really strong early levels over to Wichita Wolves. And I hope they're going to utilize that to, try again to get into that jungle, try to create some chaos. That was how they were able to, or at least one of the big factors in finding their one win last game. Now into the second rounds of bans, we see Silas and Udyr taken off the table alongside that Galio. Waiting on that final ban here from Blacklist X.
Yeah, so champions that can, again, take the fight early on, be banned away by Wichita. And going into this second phase, I'm looking for them to pick other good level 1 champions. I think that their recipe for success is just try and pull off another level 1 play. Try and get really down and dirty here. And on the flip side, like Gwen, not a great level 1. Zaya, also not great level 1. Rakan, again, not great. But Rumble will be the pickup here. It's not as dominating as what it could be because of the fact that you do have a bit of a safe bot lane pick in Zaya, who has the ability to get out of the Rumble ults without having to invest flash. So that might be a little bit difficult for the Rumble pick later on.
I will say, though, there are already some really good tools for assisting that equalizer through the Braum, through the Varus, even through the set a little bit. Yone going to be straight locked in here. This is a pick that's been taken away a couple times this series. At least once, but it's been more of the second rotation. It's not a pick that we've seen a lot of priority on. Paired along this Sejuani, I actually kind of like this. But Nightstar, tell me, where does this mean the Gwen is going to be going?
So Gwen most likely goes into the top lane. They did play Gwen once, and it was in the hands of Tentakai. They did also lose that particular game, so hopefully that's not a sign to come. However, this is a very interesting...
With the Jax, it's going to be the set flex into the mid lane to get the counter pick into the Gwen.
Yeah, and I actually like the set into the Yone, right? Because you're able to neutralize them. You can get early Ninja Tabby, and you're very comfortable. Also, Bramble Vest. You can even go into a Sunfire or Frostfire build if you truly want to be a frontline tank, which they are missing a little bit of in this composition. So there's actually a couple ways for the side of Wichita to play this composition. On the flip side, I think it's pretty straightforward of how they want to play the game. They want to play through Yone and they want to play through Gwen. And the Sejuani is the perfect pick to facilitate that because they have ways to proc that Sejuani passive extremely quickly.
Yeah, you're telling me the Gwen is just a nightmare with proccing on hit effects. Her E gives her just a ridiculous amount of attack speed. It's honestly too much, but I'm not surprised. You know, that's kind of Riot's forte at this point. Every time they release a new champion, they have to pack 4 more abilities into its kit than the last one, you know? Aphelios got 6 guns, Gwen gets like 50% attack speed, and a million other things. Man, I'm just salty, Nightstar. Gwen has killed me a lot in solo queue, and I'm tired of it. Not enough bans anymore. Gwen, Viego.
Yeah. Soon we're just going to need like 2 bans for each person when it comes to solo queue. Like pro play, you just keep it the same because it keeps things fun. But you know, it's getting a little bit ridiculous in solo queue.
Oh, it is going to be Tentakai. Yeah, Nightstar, get your Teemo out of my competitive league. All right. There's no place for Teemo here in the UCL. I know we've seen it once, and that was one time too many. All right, you hear me. But it's going to be Tentakai taking out that Gwen into the top lane, as you expected. Swapped, picking up that Yone. We'll be going against Set, piloted by PBN, as Mabud takes that Jack. So, honestly, I really like the draft coming through from Wichita. I think the drafts so far in the second half of the series have been a lot better than the first half. You know, I want to ask, what are your thoughts on, you know, we already went over that, the draft coming through from the side of Blacklist X. Which would you say you prefer more here in this game number 4?
Well, before I get to that, I think both teams got what they wanted, right? Like, they got swapped on a champion that can fight the lane phase. He doesn't have to relegate himself onto just farming up, wait for the item timings, and have to be perfect on that first ult. On the flip side, for the side of Wichita, they got what they wanted it as well. A lot more fighting potential early game in just level 1 straight up. Set, brilliant level 1 fighter. Braum, also brilliant. And with the Hail of Blades on Varus, you're going to be able to really contest level 1 hard here. So I want to see them to come out firing level 1. But when it comes to compositional styles and how they clash, I really do favor the side of Blacklist Gaming to close out this fourth game here, because of how they have really no answers for both of the solo laners. The Jax can answer one, but he can't answer both of them at the same time.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the execution comes through, because it is oh so important here in the Upsurge Contenders League. We're going to toss it over to another break, hopefully for Wichita Wolves' sakes, not the last one. They're going to need to win 2 back-to-back here to finish off the reverse sweep. But Blacklist X, they look tired. They look like they want to go to bed, and they're going to need to get through Wichita Wolves to do it. Stay with us, guys. We got a little bit more left in this series, and trust me, it's going to be just as good as the first 3 games. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 4 here on Summoner's Rift, the Upsurge Contenders League Finals between Blacklist X and Wichita Wolves Red. It is a 2-1 scoreline favoring Blacklist. They are on series point, but last game, Wichita Wolves put a stop to their run. Might have been the start of a beautiful reverse sweep even. Everyone knows you can't get a reverse sweep without starting 0-2. The storyline, the redemption arc, the plot armor is there for Wichita Wolves. How can they lose?
Yeah, of course. They're undefeated for a reason. You just can't put them in the grave. However, to start this off, we don't get to see the level 1 cheese coming through, even though they have set and they also do have the Braum. So a little bit unfortunate there, but you know what? It's okay. They're going to go ahead and start blue Shelf Elf. Thinking, yeah, he's actually going to commit to the steal.
And I mean, slowing down the rumble, even if, you know, even if it's only a camp or two, can be very useful early on. I mean, the Sejuani is not going to have the same clear speed. So anything you can do to kind of even that tide will be pretty valuable here, as well as just, you know, buying some space on the top side. If you can force this split map, especially with Gwen running the teleport ignite, that is not a summoner spellbook, that is just a flashless Gwen. Split map would be very beneficial here for Tentakai.
That relieves a lot of the pressure coming in onto Tentakai, at least from a gank perspective, and being able to just take the fight in an isolated manner means you can really leverage this ignite without worrying too much about the jungle response.
And this is actually going to be a 3-quadrant here for Shelfelf. If he is able to get back to his blue buff, Bluxy is looking for the full clear. He won't realize for about another 10 seconds that his red buff has actually been taken away.
It's doomed. Yeah, now he's seen it. He
Game's
also
over.
lost most of his raptors, so, you know, it's actually just devastation. And now he's pretty much stuck trying to make a play onto Tentakai, I feel, after he takes these Krugs. And that also means Tentakai, he has to manage the wave in a way that he doesn't get ganked. And that's exactly what you see. He crashes wave, resets, and now Bluxy has nothing left for him to do.
Nope, he's going to walk up here, but just going to be relegated to going down for Scuttle. However, Shelfelf, because he pathed enemy red into his own red, he now gets the path up here and contest the Scuttle as well. It's going to be the 2v2. Scuttle, I believe, over to Bluxy. Can they get the kill onto Shelfelf, though? No, it's swapped with the first blood, traded for the other jungler.
They could trade big, though.
The fight continues. They find one more. Double kill for Jax, but Tentakai trades it. Can Tentakai get one more? It ends up being a 2-for-2 at the end of it all, with the Scuttle the only difference maker going over to Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, but look at the end result. Tentakai, he gets a kill onto himself. He's also the person who claims double buffs. And while my bud, he also found 2 kills with where the wave is at this point. It makes it very frustrating.
Bot lane Scuttle Crab is the fight right now. Everybody's here for it. A double stun, 3-man knockup from the Rakan, but he just gets deleted. Ashel walks away with 1 HP. Grim flashes over to try to get him, even though they steal into the mix. And meanwhile, Shelfelf is falling. Great there again from the Xayah. She finds everyone. But can they finish off the fight? Tentskai's still fighting with Mabud up top lane. Health bars critical. Shelfelf diving back in. The flash forward. The stun onto the Varus, and he falls. Swapped gets kill credit. PJ are also in danger. He has to flash.
No mana.
Swapped. Can't grab it. Just not able to survive. Meanwhile, Tentakai still alive up here. And Blacklist X clap back here around the bot lane Scuttle.
Yep. It's just an all-out brawl already. They contest, they fight for that top crab, and right when they come off a respawn, they immediately run straight at that bottom crab. But this time, it is going to be the side of Blacklist able to come out on top in that trade. Shelf Elf claiming the crab as well. And while that's all nice and dandy, again, it just has to come back to this top lane. Tentakai has just been so good at managing his waves. He gets a free recall, uses the teleport, and now he has a big buy here. And just the wave's going to bounce back. My bud, he's in trouble.
Definitely is. We'll see how much he picks up here. The 2 kills have gone a long way to evening it out. He has actually 100 gold ahead at the moment. It is just the XP that he is really lacking in. Does not have that level 6 quite yet. Should tick over soon. But Tentakai has had that for a few seconds now. And, you know, going into this, as we approach mid-game, we're only 6.5 minutes in. It's still a little early. But, you know, we see a couple of players starting to rise above. Mabud with those 2 kills. More specifically, though, my eyes on Swapped here has slowly been starting to gain a pretty sizable lead for himself, up 1,000 gold over Peanut Nutter, only 6.5 minutes in.
He is really just, again, the difference has just been the fact that he's not relegated to control mage duty, and he gets to go and fight early on, be involved when it comes to these skull crab fights. This time it works out. He gets to those 2 kills, and now in this mid lane, he's just going to continue to leverage those that kill advantage and the farm advantage.
Luxy pays a visit topside, but gets spotted out in the ward. And again, Tentakai with the wave in perfect position. He's not worried at all. We haven't seen really any action out of the bot lane. Small CS advantage here for Steve Fox. But no level 6s mean not too much is bound to happen. Even Grim going for the early tier means the lethality Varus won't have too much bite behind its bark till that serrated Dirk is finished, at least. But Ocean Drake is now on the table, so got something for the teams to fight around.
Yeah, and given that it is actually going to be the lethality build here, feels like it's even more important for them to get these early dragons, because the side of Blacklist, they get into a position where they don't have to contest that 3rd dragon when all of a sudden this lethality has come online, where the Night Harvester is really outputting a ton of damage. Then you're in trouble, as they do go ahead, give away that first one, and it gives a lot of space for the side of Blacklist now to accumulate the gold where they want to, and for them to ignore one fight of their choosing.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up the items, because one of the really powerful factors of AP junglers like the Rumble, like the Morgana, is the fact that their superior clear speed allows them to get to their mythics extremely fast. But if you look at Bluxy, you compare him to Shelf Elf right now, I mean, he's up a camp or 2, but the gold is actually slightly in the favor of Shelf Elf. So Sejuani getting to that 1 item, you know, faster than the Rumble. Bluxy may still be more powerful on white item, but after that, Sejuani starts to become very effective. And if Bluxy does fall behind that curve just a little bit more, we might just run into a scenario where he can't do much. You know, even if he lands good equalizers and you get the follow-up CC, it might just not hurt that much. And you called out the tools to deal with it. Xayah Ultimate, even the Gwen W, I believe, will stop the burn if Rumble is not inside the circle. So Bluxy will have to be pretty immaculate this game. Bot lane play coming through. Ashel taking some damage, but the charm comes out. The Varus, though, has a lot of burst. Ashel just barely able to survive. What a pullback in the feathers from Steve Fox. Ignite gonna come through. Can Varus land it? No, splits the uprights. And the field goal is good, but the kills don't come through. We'll see if Pluxy can change things. He's spotted out, but he's got Equalizer. No ultimate, but there's a flash for Steve Fox.
Does burn the flash, but that's the first ult now used by Bluxy. And one of the issues against this composition on the side of Blacklist is, well, how are you going to use this Rumble ulti? The Xayah, when it comes to a straight up team fight, she's going to save her ult for that Rumble ultimate, and then, well, are you going to use it onto all of these really tanky members and super mobile members in the Sejuani, Yone, and the Gwen? Probably not. So I think it really comes down to try and leverage this lane phase as long as possible for Bluxy to hopefully get 2 or 3 kills before that third dragon pops up.
PBN teleporting to that top side just to make sure that the dive did not come through from Shelfelf and Swapped, who were hovering around. Shelfelf as well with the Herald in pocket. If they had even forced Mabud away from the tower, it certainly would have gone down. So necessary TP there. But again, everything has its costs. And Swapped's now up to 30 CS above PBN, who really hasn't been able to find a foothold in this game. Again, this has been one of the star players for this squad. Swapped has done a really good job this series at suppressing him and even surpassing him in most of his lanes.
Yeah, Swap's just been really, really good. And PBN, I know you highlighted him as a really key player in your eyes. This series, he had a really good game 3. But other than that, it's really just been Swapped. Just having him every single matchup, and this set Yone matchup, no different.
Yeah. Really big player so far for Blacklist X, coming in for the grand finals. Now Bluxy waiting in the wings here, maybe looking for something. It's the engage here from Ashel and Steve Fox, but they've activated Wichita's trap card, and Ashel will go down. Teleport being channeled. PJ are very low, but Mabud goes into the back line. Feather Call gonna find 2. Bluxy so low. PJ are the same. Health bars are blinking, but nobody dies. Now Mabud re-engages. Swapped. He's looking for something. He has the ultimate, but it does not land. Yone gets shut down, and everything's coming up Wichita. Steve Fox rather gets a kill at the end of it. Onto the support, but the damage has been done, Nightstar. Huge swing back for Wichita.
And they're going to be able to get plates. They're also going to be able to...
They're going to give one back over as Mabud dives the turret.
That's
in a
another
2v3. And now Grim's in trouble too. He's got nowhere to run. Can they donate this? Unfortunately not, but still... big mistake, as now the Herald is actually going to turn that into a win here for Blacklist X. They're going to get the kills traded. They're going to get the tower plates. Might even get a look on a dragon.
Yeah, and I was going to say, hey, they're going to be able to reset and spend a lot of that gold to then contest dragon. But then, you know, Mabud gets a little bit antsy and stays a little bit too long. And while Bluxy is able to get some damage down, he doesn't have Dark Harvest, so he's not getting, he's not looking for that Dark Harvest proc. He's just there to hope and pray that the one tick is enough to steal it away. Doesn't get it, and now they're back on the back foot.
And it's crazy to think what would have been, right? If we had just seen the reset come through from Wichita Wolves, they would have been in a really great position. Probably would have been their dragon. They would have gotten to stall out this stacking coming through. But, you know, those are hypotheticals, and this is the reality we live in. And right now, it's 1,000, almost 2K gold lead for the side of Blacklist. They do have their 2 Drakes. And we might be looking at a world where they can force the Dragon Soul just 22 minutes in. That can be pretty dangerous. Yes, you're going up against a team that is pretty strong, even on 1 items with Lethality Varus, the Rumble, the set. But look at your opponents. Gwen. That's all I need to say.
Yup. And Gwen just really online at this point has the Rift Mirror completed. I mean, Divine Sunder, not a bad item for the Jax, but level 2 ult is in the hands of Tentakai. So Mabud could potentially be in trouble for this fight in particular.
Stealth Elf is here, and Mabud just used his dash. They don't have any vision on him. There goes the ultimate, locked him down, donated over, wrapped with a little bow. Swapped trades with PBN. Here comes Bluxy. He tries to find some damage on the snapback. But again, no Night Harvester still. Currently sitting on 2,000 gold. Should be able to finish it soon. But, that's the finished mythic already for Shelf Elf. So any fight where both junglers are included, as it stands, Shelf Elf is just going to be massively more effective in every sense of the word. We'll see if Bluxy can finish that Night Harvester on this back. He does, finally.
Yeah, so he gets his big power spike here, but already a lot of gold kind of accumulated onto Shelf Elf. So he's packing a lot of punch himself. Definitely don't disrespect the damage onto backline champs as a Sejuani, or else you will get punished each and every time. And interestingly enough, we are going to see Grim bringing out the Prowler's Claw on to the Varus. So trying to do as much damage, but the issue is, like, there's a lot of extra beefiness and built into Tentakai, built into Shelf Elf. We'll see how much armor swap does add as well, but you know that he is going to build a GA eventually, and I feel like you just want more ability haste built into the Dustblade to try and make as many plays as you can.
Bart's ultimate goes wide, Steve Fox goes in. There's the ultimate to dodge out the equalizer. And Nightstar, I stole it from you for no reason. Everyone's fine. More than fine, they're dandy.
It's fine. Nothing happened there. For the side of Wichita, that's not fine for them because they have to leverage this laning phase as long as possible to get this rumble going.
Oh,
but this could be it.
Backing in a bad location, Steve Fox goes down. It is a double flash from Bluxy and PJer, but you'll take that 9 times out of 9. And it's going to be the Herald traded up here for a Shelf Elf and Tentakai. They brought 2 more up there to secure it. We'll see if they can trade the Dragon. I mean, the tower down here, the tier 1 of the bot lane.
It's low enough that they will be able to, but the concern is if they have Rift Herald, they could just throw it down top lane, kill Mabud, and just get pretty much that entire top side.
Once again, my obligatory shout out to Mabud for having the coolest summoner name. The best one just rolls off the tongue, you know? I love talking about Mabud. Some people out here in the UCL, they've got some iffy summoner names. Never got to worry about that with Mabud. As he does go in for a 1v1 with Tentakai. Not his smartest decision. Does get out the Ignite from the Gwen and will just be able to walk away, sit up under tower, and farm up. But, he's currently sitting half HP, has to back so that he is ready for this play. Both top laners have teleport. There's a teleport from Mabud. Herald's going to be popped. It's going to charge up the mid lane. Here's the TP from Tentakai, but it's right on top of an equalizer. Ashel goes in. He's looking for a charm, but he can't get anything off. Grim takes him down way too fast. Now Shelf Elf's the target. Bluxy taking a bit of damage. All right, we still have Yone ultimate. That's the big tool for Blacklist decks here. Nothing else on the board, though. And on the other side, it's the showstopper from PBN. Dragon started up.
That actually looked at mid lane for a bit, but now his ult is key for them to really secure this dragon.
Swaps goes forward. He lands the ult onto 4. That's the wombo you're looking for. Can they find the damage afterwards, though? The health bars are so low. Yes, they can. They finish it off. Grim comes very close to finishing off Tentakai there, but it's not enough. Even the piercing arrow at the end doesn't steal the dragon. Blacklist X walk away with murder.
That's going to put them onto Soul Point, and they're in full position to take this series in 4. 13 kills to 8. They've got the kill advantage. They have the tower advantage. They have the dragon advantage, and that all accumulates into a gold advantage. And they're in prime position. And while it was a great start to the fight, getting an insta-pick onto Ashel, the leads onto these soul laners cannot be ignored. And the comeback ult coming in from Yone just seals that fight.
Yes, Grim is 5-2-0. He's feeling pretty good going into this game, but it's a lethality, Varus. You know, you're not playing with that on hit. You're not going to get that incredible scaling as this game starts to go on. Tentakai, Shelf-Elf, even Swaps is going to start to stack up some more armor. Already see the plated steel caps in inventory for Tentakai. And like you said, especially with this Prowler's Claw, this lethality will be a little bit less effective. So we're looking for what options are left for Wichita Wolves. Mabud, your option isn't top lane. He gets hit with double ultimates. That's where you type in chat, wow, you would just spend all of that to kill me? And PBN is looking for Tentakai. This is a extended member. Blacklist, gotta be careful. Wow, that is Tentakai trades 1 for 1, and the Baron's gonna be started up.
Yeah, nowhere's
Lexiel can't fix that one.
Yeah, we don't speak about that damage coming in from Gwen, and we also don't speak about Grim just dying to Yone, because there is nothing this Varus can do against Yone and Rakan, unless if he just nails that ult perfectly. So now, if you are the side of Wichita, you just gotta generate picks. You have to force picks. That's the only way you can make your way back here. And that's kind of the reason why I wanted to see the Duskblade come out, because you want to play more of that pick style. And what helps is having that additional ability haste to throw out that R more often.
Yeah, and they've got the tools. They've got a lot of lockdown, Braum, Jax, and even the, Varus Ultimate. If you can land it, there's a lot of things that can be thrown on top. The secondary engage. We're looking at the equalizer, but right now, but he knows that he's just dead to rights. We'll see if they can get this over to Steve Fox. Come on, Shelf-Elf. Like, I get it, bro. You're good at Sejuani, but give my brother Steve Fox some love, man. Swap going for the solo, but doesn't land the ulti, and so PBN gets to walk away with his life.
He walks away with his life, but certainly doesn't feel like a win, because he has to expend the flash to do so. And Swapped, he's almost level 16. He's got a 2-level advantage when it comes to just facing off against the set. Tentakai also as well, level 15. He has a level advantage, so big level advantage leads all around for the side of... Hold that on.
Ashel is diving under this inhibitor tower.
This could just be the end.
He never even gets his haymaker off. Double kill for Steve Fox. And man, Blacklist are just making it look too easy right now. They haven't even called down Swapped from the top lane. 2 levels over. Bluxy, he's looking to just kill him. Flash forward and Swapped gets the kill. We're 25
Another 1v1.
Blacklist looking to do the same thing that Wichita Wolves did to them in game number 3. They are inside the base, proxying waves behind the inhibitors. And I don't think they can end here, as everybody is respawning, but they could sure as hell try.
They can't clear these waves.
Sejuani ultimate coming through. Grim throws out his ult to try to buy some time, but everybody's being forced back.
That's it.
Swap is taking a lot of tower damage, but the shield bow keeps him healthy. Nexus Towers falls and just hit the objective, and we'll get to go home. The Nexus falls, and Blacklist X are your UCL champions. They take the series in a 4-1 victory over Wichita Wolves Red. Congratulations.
Yeah, and I mean, what a series coming out from Blacklist. They come in with swapped. We don't know. I can't imagine either myself or the side of Wichita Wolves really knew what to expect coming in from this new mid laner from the side of Blacklist, and they just come out firing. And then in this game, we've seen the side of Blacklist. They've continuously gone ahead and banned Gwen game after game, even when they were on blue side in this series. And then they just bring out a brilliant Gwen performance coming in from Tentakai.
Yeah, Tentakai of all people, that's probably the least likely lane you suspect the Gwen to go to. Mid lane, sure, we see her all the time. Jungle, okay, in certain compositions. We don't see her top quite as much, but Tentakai, you highlighted him before coming into the game. If we're looking past the junglers, Tentakai was kind of the next person on our list to be like, all right, this is the guy you want to keep your eyes on. This is where the junglers are going. We're looking at the junglers are looking at top lane. And he certainly had some pretty standout performances. Not all of them were great, but, especially on things like his signature pick of the Wukong, we saw him absolutely smash lane with the gangplank. Things looked pretty good. Things look pretty good for the star top laner of Blacklist X, and he helps his team walk away with the win. Blacklist X will be your champions, and Shelf Elf, for him, this is 2 times in a row.
Yeah, going back to back. I mean, you can also say Tentakai did go back to back as well. He wasn't on the official roster or the starting roster, but he was on the backup. He was one of the subs, so I would assume he contributed his 2 cents when it came to in between games, and well earned from Blacklist. They came out firing in game number 4, made the changes they needed to coming in from game 3, which was also a great response coming in from Wichita, the Wichita Wolves. But Blacklist, they had the extra comfort room to make adjustments, and they did it.
Well, Nightstar, I sure as hell had a good time tonight. We got to see a lot of fun champions. We got to see Gwen, Yone, the Kale came out today, the Viego, lots of cool stuff. We got 4 games of action-packed. We got some fast ones, some really, 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 really slow ones. It was just an all-around good time. Pretty fitting, I'd say, of the grand finals. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it was definitely a barn burner of a series. Even that game number 2, the tension was infinite in that game. You cannot deny that one.
And game 2.5, because it was way longer than just one game of League of Legends should go on. But that is going to wrap it up for us here on the broadcast desk. We're tired. I'm sure you're tired as well. So if you're not sleeping already, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout this entire show. And for those of you that have stuck around throughout the entire season, a special thank you to you. Now, if you are a fan of the Upsurge Contenders League, don't worry. We have pretty short off seasons, so you can probably expect us back up and running here sometime this summer. Make sure you stay tuned to the Upsurge and Unified Esports Association social media accounts so that you know exactly when and where we are going to be back on the desk. But for tonight, Nightstar, any final thoughts to close out what has been one banger of a season?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was such a fast turnaround from the last split that I was a little bit worried that some of the player shuffles might be extremely detrimental because they didn't get all that time to build up, and perhaps they would fall short and be really messy towards the end here. But we still ended up with a beautiful final series. I'm just so happy that we got to cast all or 4 games and not just have a 3-game wipeout here at the very end.
All right, guys, a big thank you once again to everybody that tuned in and to everybody behind the scenes. Shout out to our producer, Andy, who has been just amazing through this entire process, making me and Nightstar look good. I know it's hard, but he did it, guys. Round of applause for him. He does a really good job. And until next time, make sure, again, stay tuned to those social medias so we know we're going to be back. We'll see you for the next season of UCL.